Dietz would also then be dragged through to probably a personal best for him as well. But as you can see from the start that Senk got the best start. He really pulled away from others in those first 5 to 10 meters, and it was then when Dietz got up into his running and his stride going that he really came home hard, but it was all too late in the end.
It's pretty close between those two athletes at the end. We can see the results from this first heat. On the first place, Jakub Schenk with a personal best of 10.98. Simon Georg Dietz with a also personal best of 11.08. On Platz 3 was Matthias Chen with a time of 11.62. Florian Caroli 11.68. And we have Niklas Eigner with a time of 12.10. Yes.
So that was the 5 athletes there. Places 1 to 5, the results from the first race. In the second race, that's the start list for the first heat. We get the second heat now. We just have the 4 starters. Yes, in lane 2, Johannes Nesselberg. We'll wait for the athletes to come up on screen so we can see who they are. So just the 4 athletes.
On lane 5 we have Raphael Pöstinger from Austria. On lane 4 we have Kilian Luksch from Hungary with a personal best of 11.37. From Slovakia we have Oliver Poloha. And on lane 2 we have Johannes Nestelberger, also from Austria.
Even though we do have the Hungarian and the Slovakian athlete in this race, they all run for Austrian clubs here. So it is in fact a Austrian race, but they were born and are probably still eligible to compete for their home country, but they are now living and competing in Austria.
And I'm expecting Kilian Luksch to win this race. He has a personal best of 11.37. I'm sorry, my bad, of 11.21.
But they are away in this race, and it is Kilian Luksch there in the green. But from the DSG club, it is
Oliver
Poloha, but Kilian Luksch does win that race. A good call there from Daniel. 11.25 unofficial, which would be a personal best for him.
Wind was also fine with 0.9 tailwind.
Kilian Luksch looking happy with himself. 11.26 personal best. This is some club colleagues of him give him a high five. We're pretty happy with that. It's a bit of a win there for the club there. What club is that from, Daniel?
He's from, I think,
Austrian.
Yeah.
One of the local clubs there in
Oliver Poloha's PB was 11.41, so let's see if he could also improve.
We have quite a few personal bests at the start of our meeting here, so the track is definitely on fire.
We have the results again. Kilian Luksch won this race with a personal best of 11.26. Oliver Poloha was second with a 11.39, so he made also a PB. Johannes Nestelberger was third with a time of 11.49, and Raphael Pöstinger was on the 4th place with a time of 11.76. So 2 out of these athletes did personal best in this pretty good race.
So there is the full set of results. That's the two heats put together, and it was Jakob Senk from the Czech Republic that had the 10:98 fastest time, from Simon Georg Dietz with 11:08. Kilian Luch, the winner from the second heat, ended up with third fastest time overall with the 11:26. Followed by Polaha, Nistelberger, Chen, Karoli and Perstinger. So that's the first little block of events out of the road as we had the women's 100 meters. We see a replay there.
About a quarter of an hour we have the next race, which is the only biotic 200-meter heats by the women.
Just while we look at these replays, I would just let our viewers know, Daniel, that we have quite a mixed program here tonight. It is this Raiffeisen Austrian Open here in Eisenstadt. As we said at the start, it is a part of the World Athletics Continental Tour Silver category. So meaning that first place in the finals will receive 100 valuable points, bonus points there, going towards the world rankings that will help for the European Championships, the Olympic Games, and also not forgetting the under-20 World Championships here and the under-18 European Championships we also have this year. So points go all the way down to 8th place, 40 points for 8th, so very valuable points. The events that will be conducted as a part of the silver category, so category B level, is for the men we have the 100 meters, the 110 meter hurdles and the 1500 meters. The women will have the 100 meter hurdles and the 800. Also a part of our program we have category E events, so those events will carry bonus points from 25 points for first down to 10 points for 6th place. They will consist of the men's 200, men's 400, as well as the discus throw and pole vault for men. The women's events will include the 100 meters, 200 meters, 1500 meters and the javelin throw. And as we have seen also on the program, we have a few national events or just some other events. We had a national 100 meter race. We have an under 23 men's race, which we have just seen there, and that's the replay on the screen. We'll also have two races two events. The under 18 athletes will have a 600 meter race. So one for the men, one for the women. And for our younger athletes that are here watching all their idols compete, they also get a chance to run. We have a under 14 event, 5 times 200 meter mixed event. So we'll have either 2 boys and 3 girls or 3 boys and 2 girls together running 200 meters each, making up the distance of 1 kilometer. So that will be quite an interesting race to see. Just for later on, as I said, for the 100 meters, the qualifying for the final was the first place, with the next 3 fastest made the A final, with the next 6 fastest in the B final. But for the hurdle races later on, there will just be the 2 heats, so it'll be first and second in both heats, and then the next 2 fastest non-automatic qualifiers. This is the 3rd meeting of the 5 Austrian top meetings. This is a series of meetings I have in Austria, Daniel. It's a bit like a Austrian version of the Diamond League. Yeah. We've had 2 meetings already, one in Graz 1.5 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, and just last Friday was St. Polten, the Lizzie Procock Memorial. So this is the 3rd of that series, And tonight we have more than 30 countries represented, so it's a quite international competition. Some of the athletes we have, well, the biggest name of all that we have here today competing in the men's 100 meters will be Johan Blake, the double Olympic and world champion gold medalist. He'll be competing in the 100 meters. Also, as we have seen tonight already, winning her heat and being the fastest qualifier, Christiana Williams, another Olympic medalist. We have Amber Hughes from the USA, who will be running in the 100-meter hurdles. She won here last year, so obviously likes this track, came back again, but just a few days ago, she finished 4th in the Diamond League meeting in Doha with a very good time of 12:54. So she's in good form at the moment. From a local point of view, Daniel, what Austrian athletes, or what top Austrian athletes do we have here competing in this evening or later tonight?
I think the most famous one is Lukas Weisheidinger, who's gonna compete in discus.
He loves this track or this arena. He twice in 2021 and 22 at this meeting set Austrian records. So if the wind conditions are favorable tonight, hopefully we see some very high 60-meter throws, if not a 70-meter throw.
Yes, that will be perfect. We have also a few sprinters, Markus Fuchs, who has the national records of Austria, and Magdalena Lindner, who's also going to run the 100.
Yes, we saw her just before. She won her heat in a very, very nice time of 11:40, I think, 11:50.
Yeah, we don't know the time yet. And competing in hurdles, we have Karen Strametz and Enzo Diesel from Austria, as well as Rafael Palic, who's going to compete in the 800.
1500, he ran the 1500. He just last week opened his outdoor season with an Austrian record, 3:33 automatic qualifier for the European Championship. So he'll be looking to perhaps run a little bit quicker and get close to that Olympic qualifier.
And then we have also in javelin Victoria Hudson. However, she was, I think, injured for quite a long of time.
Yeah, no, she just missed the last Diamond League, or with a bit of a back injury, I believe. But hopefully everything is all right, and she's competing tonight because she's another athlete that likes this arena. She actually set 2.5 years ago the javelin record here at this event. So the Austrian javelin record was from this place, so she loves that.
Yeah. Her previous, I think, around about 64 meters or something, 65 I think.
And we have Suzanne Gogriwali, the 400-meter runner, competing tonight.
Yeah, who's gonna run the 200.
Okay, so she'll be testing out her speed. I think she opened her season also last week with a 400-meter run. Around the 53-second mark was that run. So
yeah, I just looked up the personal best from Victoria Hudson. She threw a PB of 64-68 meters. However, her seasonal best is only 55 meters 67. So hopefully she can improve her seasonal best today, and maybe also her personal best.
Well, she'll have a tough competition because one of the athletes competing with her is Christine Husong from Germany, a former European champion. She has a personal best of 69 meters. Obviously, she's not in that kind of form anymore, but she'll be hoping to throw up around the 60-meter mark. So I think that would be a good target for the women tonight, is around the 60 meters. That'll be quite a good throw for them.
And in pole vault, we also have an international athlete here from the USA. We have Austin Miller, who just jumped, I think, a few
586 he has jumped this season.
He jumped with Armand Duplantis, I think, just 1 month ago in China at the Diamond League.
Exactly, that's where Duplantis jumped that incredible 624, broke the world record.
I think, yes.
Yes, yeah. Unofficially, yeah, the biomechanics said that he was over 6:29, but and twice last year, I think, or 3 times, he jumped 5:90. So hopefully we're getting up around that 5:80, 5:90. And it's extremely good setup they have here. They've moved the pole vaulting mats and everything to just right in front of the spectators. So basically 5 meters in front of the spectators will have the pole vault. So absolutely perfect spot to watch this great pole vault. But coming up now, the next few events, Daniel?
Yes, we have the Omnibiotic 200 meters women heats at 6 p.m. 8 minutes later we have the Held in Franke 200 meters man heats, and after that we have the both the women's and men's under 18 nationals in 600 meters. And yes.
Yeah, then we have that Staffel. That's the, for those of you looking at that, that's the relay. Staffel is a relay there. So we'll have the under 14 relay event then.
It looks like that we
getting ready for the 200. Yeah, we have 2 heats of that.
On lane 6 we have Muriel Wohlrapp from Austria. On lane 5 we have Lenia Standfest, also from Austria, with personal best of 24:61. On lane 4 we have Anja Dlauhi, also from Austria.
Quite a versatile athlete there, and the Dlauhi does some heptathlons, 400 hurdles, 400s, running the 200 tonight.
Also from Austria we have Suri Stör with personal best of 25:04, and she ran this actually this season, so she's also in good form.
That qualified her for the European Championships, the under 18 European Championships was that time. So
on lane 2 we have Melissa Pluta.
She ran early in the 100 meters, so she'll be nice and warm for this 200.
And on lane 1 we have Iva Djokovic from the USA.
I believe she's also another athlete that lives and competes in Austria.
Iva Djokovic has a personal best of 25:77, however run only 26:12 in this season.
So as I said, this is the first of 2 heats in the Omnibiotic 200 meter women's event.
As it looks like, we should take a look at lane 5 then on Lenia Standfest, who is probably the best time in this heat with a personal best of 24:61.
And your Dlauhi and Suri Stör will be looking to break that 25-second barrier. They're just over that with their personal best. Suri Stör was more an 800-meter runner, then sort of went into the 400s. Now has the limit for the 200, so it'll be interesting to see where this season takes her, whether she stays in the sprints or is only using this to hone in her speed for the 400s and 800s.
And we're just getting ready.
Yeah, we're just coming up to start time for this event. We can still see there just from the windsocks in the middle of the ground, they're still blowing in a favorable direction for the athletes. So if the wind stays the same as it was for that 100 meters with around that 1.5 meters.
vielen Dank und auch an Sie natürlich herzlich willkommen hier bei den Raiffeisen Austrian Open Eisenstadt 2024. Und natürlich auch herzlich willkommen an den burgenländischen Landesrat Minister Heinrich Dorner. Auch an Sie vielen Dank fürs Kommen.
We just have a slight delay for this event, but it'll be getting away very shortly. As we said, from the inside lane 1, we have Djokovic, Pluta in lane 2, Stor in 3, Glaui 4, Standfest in 5, and Volrab out on the outside lane in lane number 6. And they're away cleanly at the first asking for this women's 200-meter event. And it looks like Pluta in lane 2 ran a good bend, and Stura coming off the bend probably a bit better in 3, but it's their outside lanes that are leading with Volrab and Standfest. But Volrab will win the race from Standfest. Stura comes through to finish 3rd with Anja Glaui in 4th. Extremely happy there, but unfortunately the wind is saying it's 2.2, so it won't be an official time, but it was 24:34, so it would have been a big PB for her.
PB. Her PB was 25:18, so she nearly beat her PB by 1 second with this kind of wind.
That was Volrab there was the winner, so just ignore that graphic for a moment. Volrab did win that race out in lane 6.
Almost qualifying here for the Under-20 World Championship.
The Under-20 World Championship limit was 24:35, so she ran inside that time, but unfortunately the wind was too much. But at least she knows now that she is capable of running that time. So with the right conditions, it'll be very good chance now for her to try to make the Austrian team and qualify for those Under-20 World Championships, which will be held in Lima, Peru at the end of August.
We have the results from this heat. Muriel Volrab won this race with a time of 24:34. Alenia Standfest came in 2nd with a time of 24:72. Suri Stör had a time of 24:80. Anja Lauhi had a time of 24:84. Melissa Pluta came in 5th with a time of 25:48. And Iva Djokovic from the USA had a time of 25:99.
So it was the assistance of the wind there. It's a bit too much, but the first 4 athletes all ran under the 25-second barrier. So extremely fast race there for those athletes.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the wind was too strong.
Hopefully it drops a little bit now.
Yeah, ignore this graphic, I think, again.
We should have a second heat of the women's first, but let's see, we also will have 2 races of the men coming up after this race. So it is a series of 200s at the moment, 2 women's races and then 2 men's races is the plan.
Hi Gabe, it's Phil Minshall, and I'll be commentating this evening on the Eisenstadt World Athletics Continental Tour Silver meeting that's going to be coming to you from Austria. And it all gets underway at 7 o'clock, that's 1900 hours Central European time.
To the men's race. Apologise for that on our program and start list. We have 2 heats, but as we can see, we are going straight to the men.
Each heat, we have again 5 athletes from Austria, from Hungary, from Slovenia, and also from Germany and Lithuania.
International
Great stuff,
field
Gabe.
for
Thanks very
this
much. We'll leave it at that, and I'll
200
be back in the
race.
studio
This is one
in
of
about
the
an hour's time.
category races,
As I
so
said, there seems to be a little bit of a disconnect between the time that the stream is going to start and the time that we've agreed that I'll take over commentary, because it seems like that the HB in Austria is going to actually have a handover as such between the local commentator who finishes with the last event just before 1900 and me taking over after they've run a graphic, a wipe of some description, and myself taking over for the very first international event, which starts just after 7 o'clock. So just to advertise that, as I say, I think we actually start the streaming too early, to be honest, but that's something that somebody else has to resolve. We seem to be starting 15-20 minutes too early. Hey, that's not my problem, and it's not yours either. You guys connect all the plugs and push all the streams and do it wonderfully. Anyway, that's me just chatting away, and I shall catch up with you in about an hour.
21-year-old, he ran a PB in 400 4 days ago, so watch out for him.
On lane 4 we have Nico Gareev, also from Austria.
I'm actually going to stay in the studio, but I'll refresh it before we go on air, and I'll mute myself.
And on lane 3 we have Anje Webrovcek from Slovenia with a personal best 21.62. He ran this time just
earlier this month. He did, yeah. It was only a couple of weeks ago he ran that.
And on lane 2 we have again Austrian athlete Christoph Gruber.
So Steigerwald is one to look out for, as well as Verbovskek, both in good form at the moment, running personal bests. Steigerwald was in the 400 though, more 400 runner, ran 46.49 just 4 days ago. The young 21-year-old from Hungary. As they get set on their blocks from lane 2, it's Gruber, then Verbovskek, Garia, Steigerwald and Parker on the outside. So it's a good start from all 5 athletes, but it looks like the inside lanes might be coming up on the inside, but as they come out of the curve, you can see it is the outside lane runners. So it is Parker and Steigerwald, but it's Steigerwald with that 400-meter strength pulling away at the end.
An unofficial time of 21.17, but again, unfortunately, with a strong tailwind.
Yeah, just outside the limit, but very fast time, 21.17. 21.19 there officially.
I think his PB was 21.20, so this would have been a PB.
You see, it's very hard from this angle to see who's doing what in the bends, but once they come out of the bend, you can see it was the outside lanes that were clearly in front, but then it was the 400-meter strength from the Hungarian as he pulled away there. Also good run on the inside there in lane 3, coming home to take second place there.
It was, I think, pretty good in the curve.
Yeah, Parker just tiring a bit towards the end. But very quick times again, all under their existing PBs, but unfortunately just that little bit too much wind.
Here we go, the results. Erno Steigerwald from Hungary came in first with a time of 21:19. Andrzej Weborowczyk came in second with a time of 21:60. Stefan Pacher from Austria with a time of 21:65 was third. Nico Garea with a time of 22:06 was fourth. And Christoph Gruber with a time of 22:69 was fifth.
You see a 2.1 wind, so we just hope that for the next heat it slightly drops. So we can have some official times. So running in the next race, we have two Austrians, a Hungarian, Lithuanian, and a German. See, the meeting record is 20:47. So it could be a time to look out for
the Lithuanian athlete. He has a personal best of 20:48. So this could have been...
that was the national record actually he set here 3 years ago at this meeting here in Eisenstadt. So he's ran 21:09 this year, so it's not far away from going under that 21 seconds, but as we've seen from that previous heat, the conditions are very good for running fast.
But you can also hear the wind, so it seems to be pretty windy outside.
That's it, just before the meeting started, the wind was this 1.5 to 2 meters per second strength that was, and we saw that in the 100 meters, but it did gust every now and again, and I saw the reading on the monitor with the wind that did go up to 3 meters per second. So hopefully they get their race run at the right time and the wind plays its part and just stays around that 1.5, 1.8. Something that's going to help them but not be illegal.
On lane 6 we have Timo Lange from Germany with a personal best of 21:27 and a season best of 21:50. On lane 5 we have the Lithuanian Truskauskas Gediminas with a time of 20:48, a personal best. On lane 4 we have Zoltan Val from Hungary with a personal best of 20:90. And on lane 3 and 2 we have both Austrians, Lukas Weilharter with a personal best of 22:00 and Daniel Seidel.
If we just go back out to the athlete in lane 4, Sultan Val. He is the national champion of Hungary, 24-year-old. He ran an indoor personal best over 200 meters this year and has also ran a 300 meters. He opened his season with a 300 meters where he ran a personal best. So he could also be one to look out for to run a very fast time. So I think it might be Val in 4 and Truskauskas in 5, the ones to look for. So the athletes are away, and it looked like the outside lanes were a bit better from the blocks, and is Truskauskas in 5, but Val in 4 is also coming through. But it's Truskauskas holding on, Val coming home strongly, but the finish line will get there first, and it will be Truskauskas winning in 21:02.
Unofficial time, and we have a wind.
Wind was perfect for that race, so let's see if a few of the athletes behind Truskauskas can run a PB. Season's best there for Truskauskas. So he could be coming into a bit of form. Wahl in second place there, and we'll just wait for confirmation on the times and placings of the other athletes in that race, which was the second heat of the Held and Frankie 200-meter event, a category E World Athletics event. You could see those outside three lanes just a little bit better from the start, from the two Austrian athletes on the inside. And as they came out of the curve, it was Tuskauskas that was in front, and he kept his lead all the way down that final 100 meters and took victory in that 21:02.
Well, we can see the results again from the second heat. Janimir Tuskauskas from Lithuania took the lead with a time of 21:02 and a seasonal's best. Zoltan Wahl came in second with a time of 21:15. Timo Lange came in third with a time of 21:58. Lukas Weilharter was fourth with a time of 22:45. And another Austrian guy, Daniel Seidel, was fifth with a time of 23:11.
I have listed on my information a 23:14 personal best from Daniel Seidel, so that could possibly be a personal best for him. So well done, Daniel Seidel, there, if that is correct. But there we see the results of both heats put together. So yeah, Tuskauskas wins that event with the 21:02 and will take the bonus points for winning this event. So it's 25 points for his world rankings.
Hungary also gets some points.
Yeah, the top 6 will receive points. So Tuskauskas, Wahl, Steigerwald, Lange, Verbovsky and Packer will all receive some bonus points towards their World Athletics rankings.
Just like you said, Daniel Seidel actually made a PB. His old time was 23:14, so it was a PB for Daniel Seidel.
For those athletes hoping to either get the official qualifying time for the European Championships, they have 4 days left, so it's important that they run well today and also to get those bonus points. Our next event will be the Gladro Pokal 600-meter race for the under-18 men.
Yes, and we have nearly only Austrians because it's a national event. We have one Hungarian guy.
We will have the 8 starters for that event. Just take us through those names, Daniel. We might go through them again later, but just for now, who do we have competing?
Yeah, we have Jakob Kralupka from SVS Leichtathletik with then we have Noah Edelbauer, we have Markus Hauser, Fabian Holtmann, Markus Lotschmandy, Jan Baumegger, Simon Ritzer and Laszlo Peter from Hungary.
It's be interesting to see which one of these younger athletes takes victory here. Of course, 1.5 laps of the stadium. It's not a traditionally run distance, but you get this bit of mix between the 400 meters or even the 200, 400 meter runners stepping up to test a bit of their speed endurance, and then you have the 800, 1500 meters coming down in distance. testing their speed. So it's a bit of a clash between the long sprinters and the short middle distance runners. So we'll have to see which athletes come from which backgrounds and which ones will be the better over this 600-meter event today.
We should definitely take a look at Markus Lochmandi. He's actually from here, from Eisenstadt, and he has the best time out of these 8 athletes with a personal best of 1:28. And the second best time is from Simon Ritzer from USA Raiffeisen with 11:37, and just closely followed by Jakub Chalupka from SVS Leichtathletik with a time of 11:38.
I wouldn't be surprised though if the Hungarian athlete is up in the front there. I did see some results from him, and he is also quite a good athlete. So he said it's the 600-meter race. That's once they come around to the finish line, they will get the bell, giving them 1 lap to go. The Hungarian athlete on the outside wearing the hat, so he'll be easy to pick up during the race.
Jakub Chalupka is in the in lane, but he's getting...
Lochmandi is the other one to look out for, according to Daniel. He'll be wearing number 336 on his front, and that is him taking the lead now. So we do have...
by Peter Laszlo, by the other Hungarian.
And it's Jan Baumegger in 3rd place. So they're all there, just in single file. It says Lochmandi, followed by Laszlo, and then Baumegger in the first 3 placing. We'll see if any moves are being made down the back straight before they get into this final curve.
Markus Lochmandi looks very relaxed.
But it is Laszlo coming up on his outside to pressure him, but Lochmandi responds, and responds well. Not only does he keep him out, but he kicks away, and we're down to the last 100 meters now, and it looks like Lochmandi will take this out. Laszlo holding on for second, but Baumegger closing in on him with every step, but it is the local Lochmandi winning an extremely fast time of 1:27.01 unofficial, which will be a personal best for him. So he probably trains on this track each week, so he knows it very well.
Here's the official time from Markus Lochmandi, which is 1:27.02. So that's a massive PB of over 1 second.
It was a great run from him as well. He led from start to finish, and with 200 to go, when he was pressured a bit there by Peter Laszlo from Hungary, he in turn upped his tempo as well, and then kicked away from him and powered away down that last 100 meters to take the victory in a personal best time. So good run there from those under 16 athletes. No, under 18 600 meters. We see there on the screen that pole vault getting ready to warm up right in front of the grandstand there. Absolutely perfect spot to be watching that from. I think I might duck out later, Daniel, and have a look at that myself. It looks quite good from there. We saw the replay there that Markus Lochmandi went straight to the front there, and from the outside lane, Laszlo tucked in behind him. But Lochmandi had the strength at the end, kept his form, and ran quite well there. Even had time to celebrate a little bit before the line. So very good run from him. I would also say we're having personal bests from a lot of the other athletes that ran there today.
And next up we have the women. They will also run these 600 meters, and we have the final results from this heat. Markus Laxmandi won this race with a time of 1:27 AUT. Laszlo Peter was second with a time of 1:29. Jan Baumecker third with a time of 1:29.49. Markus Hauser had a time of 1:31.08. Simon Ritzer had a time of 1:31.74. Jakob Chalopka had a time of 1:35.91. Fabian Holtmann 1:36.27, and Noah Edelbauer 1:36.62. So
that would be
just like you said,
personal best for every athlete that ran. So very good run there from those under 18 athletes.
But you told me many of the athletes did their personal bests in the GSG Neuenhalle in Vienna.
Yes, this next race coming up, where we have the 4 athletes.
All from Austria again.
When we look at the personal bests, I could tell you that Katja Karel and Chiara Wilfinger, their personal best listed at 1:57 and 1:59 respectively, was run at an indoor track in Vienna, and this track is an undersized indoor track without sloped banks, so it's very difficult to run it. Daniel, you have run at this track. What is it like to run it there?
I mean, only one curve is banked, so it's pretty bad to run because your feet start to hurt just after the first 100-200 meters. So it's definitely a change from the indoor to the outdoor, and especially.
And I guess with it being a undersized track, the curves are a lot tighter.
Yeah.
So you can't really get into your full stride, and so
you're gonna probably see some improvement.
I would be looking for some big improvements here. Another interesting athlete, Luisa Schweiger, is just an under 16 athlete. She only had 1 indoor and 1 outdoor race last year,
but unfortunately she didn't show up. So this heat is going to be without Luisa Schweiger.
But she will be replaced by Leah Schafferhofer. So we still will have 4 athletes running. The fastest by time is Raffaella Sommer, but and she has ran that this year as well. But I said this is not a common distance to run, so some of these personal bests you can probably forget about because they're either old times or run indoor or run somewhere where it's not so common.
So yeah, at the starting line we have currently Katja Karel from Austria, then we have Raffaella Sommer, also from Austria, Irina Chiara Wilfinger, and Leah Schafferhofer. Karel is in the inside lane, and Karel is also taking the lead, what it seems like.
So she'll be wearing number 340. Raffaella Sommer is with 342. Chiara Wilfinger 343, and Leah Schafferhofer will have 344.
Currently in the lead is Katja Karel, but it looks like there's some big movement.
We have Wilfinger coming up on her shoulder with Schafferhofer running out in the middle of lane 2.
They're gonna have to go in the inside lane.
But she has crossed over now, trying to save distance.
So Schafferhofer took over the lead.
Wilfinger there is in 2nd place. So Schafferhofer keeps the lead going down this back straight. Coming up now, they've completed the just about to complete one lap, so they have 200 meters left. There we have one lap there, and it's 1:12, 1 minute 12 there.
Looks like Schafferhofer is getting a little bit tired and might be overtaking again.
Wilfinger is back in third.
And looks like Schafferhofer was overtaken by, I think it was Katja Karel. Yes.
So it is Karel that has run a good last 200, taking the
First
lead
place.
with a strong victory in an unofficial time of 1:47.05.
Schafferhofer came in second, and we have Sommer Raffaela in third place and Wilfinger in fourth place.
Looks like it's another local athlete there in the under 18 women's event.
Wilfinger is from LT Burgenland Eisenstadt, and Katja Karel as well.
So it was a double local victory there for the Eisenstadt athletes. So Karel had a personal best coming into this race of 1:57 on that indoor track we were talking about. So she's ran 10 seconds faster there. So very good start to her outdoor season, running a big personal best. Well done to the 4 girls there, all running PBs and getting to experience what it's like to run on a world-class facility in front of a big crowd cheering them on.
Next up, we're gonna have the relay events, the 5x200s under 14 nationals, and I've just looked it up, and every team just showed up. So we're gonna have 2 heats with 6 teams in each heat. It's gonna be an interesting race.
But as we can see from this replay, it was Schafferhofer that led through the first 400 meters, with Karel sitting just behind her, and then with 200 meters to go, Karel just kicked away and had a very strong finish to finish in front of Schafferhofer, with Sommer in third place and Wilfinger in fourth. So that was the finishing order for those athletes.
So the final results from the women under 18 600 meters heat. Katja Karel took the first place with a time of 1:47.84. Lea Schafferhofer had a time of 1:50.04 and took the second place. Raffaela Sommer was third with a time of 1:55.06, and Chiara Irina Wilfinger came in fourth with a time of 1:58.85.
That was personal best for all athletes, I do believe. So as we get ready for this relay event that we'll talk about, let's have a bit of a look back at our 200-meter races there. The women's races, which were unfortunately affected by slightly too much tailwind to give some official times, but the times were extraordinary fast. See there with Roll Rub winning that race. Then we had the men's event. Heat 1 of the men's there. The fastest athlete came in heat 2. Which we see there now.
And the second heat.
That was
the
Truskauskas.
Lithuanian athlete Truskauskas took the lead with a time of 21:02.
That was the fastest of both heats there. Soltenval just behind him was second fastest with the 21:15. So we'll just take you through some of these other events that are coming up this year with their qualifying periods while we see the replays of these 600s. So the 7th to the 12th of June is the European Athletic Championships. Now for those athletes, their qualification period will end on the 26th of May, so 4 days time. So it's one of the last chances for athletes that are close to the automatic qualifying times or are in the rankings qualifications. So for example, in the men's 100 meters, they will take 36 athletes, so the top 36 in the rankings, or with the qualification time of 10:16 will go through. And of course, the big event for the year, we have the Olympic Games in Paris. The athletic events will take part from the 1st to the 11th of August. And for athletes looking to qualify for the Olympic Games, the qualification period will end on the 30th of June. So just over a month left for those athletes to either get the qualification limits or to improve their rankings to be in the group of athletes that are accepted from the rankings list. Also, as mentioned earlier, we have the European Under-18 Championships, which will be held in Banska Bystrica.
Banska Bystrica in Slovenia, yeah.
In
Slovenia.
Slovakia. Slovakia, yes. They are on the 18th to the 21st of July. So just a bit before the Olympics, and then just after the Olympics we have the World Athletics Championships for the under-20 athletes, so the junior athletes in Lima in Peru. That'll be held from the 27th to the 31st of August. So from a local point of view, I have heard, Daniel, that the Austrian 400-meter national champion, Alessandro Greco, he is a under-20 athlete. He'll be aiming for the qualification time for the under-20s, as will Marie Glaser. She'll be attempting it in the 1500 meters. And for the under-18 athletes, the local athlete, Max Baxa, is going for the limit in the 400 meters.
I've seen Alessandro Greco in a few relays in Vienna, and he was running pretty good, so I think he might have a chance.
He's looking for a 47.65 is the limit for that. And if we just check up his personal best, he has 47.40. If that's in the qualification period, then he has that. 47.87 this season, so
might want to give
47.65. We just have to look for that. And in the same race should be Max Baxa. He
has a PB of 50.84 and he aims for
49.90, so he's not far away from that. So let's hope for those athletes, but their event won't be coming up to the very last event of the evening, so they still have a bit of time to absorb the atmosphere and see what's going on. But one of the events that will be coming up shortly is the men's pole vault. We have seen them warming up there right in front of the grandstand. As we said, we have Austin Miller, twice jumped 590 indoors was that, but he has jumped a 586 outdoors. And as Daniel mentioned earlier, he was 4th in the Diamond League event earlier on this year in Xiamen when Duplantis jumped that 526. We also have Robert Subera. He has jumped 575 this season, which is the qualifying limit for the European Championship. So he'll be headed to the European Championships. We have Robert Renner, who is a national champion, national record holder from Slovenia. 570 is his personal best and national record. We have some
best Austrian is Ricardo Klotz from Matthias for Innsbruck with a personal best of 565.
So he'll be looking for that 575, or at least move his position up to be in the top 30 in the rankings list to make the European Championship. We have 2 Mexicans in the event.
Yeah, with one being
Jorge Lu, yes,
from Mexico with a PB of 562. He jumped 552 this season.
Yes, that was indoors.
And another Mexican, Victor Castillero, with a PB of 540. He jumped 515 also this season.
Victor is a 5 times national champion of Mexico.
With also one athlete from Greece, Petros Chatzio, with a personal best of 555.
He's jumped 520 this season.
And we have also one athlete from Croatia, Ivan Geromino Šerić, with a personal best of 542.
I think this could be his season opener outdoors this year, so he hasn't quite...
And another Austrian athlete, Oliver Latzesberger, with a personal best of 520. He jumped 505 just
That was 2 days ago, I think. 2 days ago at a local meet held by his club. Union Pottenstein had a jumps night. It was a pole vault evening where they jump under lights at their facility they have there, and he jumped a season's best 505. So he's coming into this meeting with some good form, hoping to then improve on his personal best of 520.
And from Slovenia we have also Jak Rovan. He's born 2005, so also a pretty young athlete, and his PB is 510.
He's only 18 years old. His 510 was indoors when he won the under-20 Balkan indoor championship. So performed very well at those championships.
With that, he's also qualified for the... With that height, he's also qualified for the under-20 World Championships.
That's right. 510 is the limit for that. So we'll be looking forward to seeing him later on the year in Lima.
Unfortunately, one other athlete from the Union Pottenstein, Yuri Filin from the Ukraine, didn't show up, so we just have 10 athletes in the pole vault.
10 athletes. We're looking to hopefully get up around that 580, 590 mark from Austin Miller, and also Robert Sabera is capable of doing that. Put on a big spectacle of this newly arranged pole vault area that's set up right in front of this grandstand. So it's going to be an absolute perfect spot to watch this pole vault from in the grandstand here.
In just a few minutes, the start of the relay event should take place. Still have to see if that's possible or if there's a slight delay.
That'll be quite interesting to watch here with all these athletes on the track at once, and hopefully we can keep track of them for you. But then once that relay is finished, we will have a B final from the Burgenland 100 meter women's event. So that'll be the B final. Then we have a few of the field events starting with the men's pole vault and the women Eisenstadt javelin throw. And then the men sprinters come out, and then the hurdlers will start. So still quite a big program coming up this evening and going into the early night. As I look out from our commentary position, I can see the javelin throwers warming up as well. We will have 7 athletes competing. So you can just quickly take us through the names there, Daniel.
Yeah, the best athlete is Christine Hussung from Germany with a personal best of 69.19. We have Victoria Hudson from Austria, Angela Diosi-Moravcik from Hungary, Patricia Madl from Austria, Ivana Kokteva from the Czech Republic, and Lara Latz from Germany again, and Petra Hanilukova from the Slovakia.
But while we're waiting for that event to start, we are getting ready now for the first heat of this under 14 mixed relay, 5 by 200 meters.
There's some really young athletes on lane 1.
Yes. As I said, this is a great experience for these athletes. Maybe some of the athletes are just the hobby athletes. They've been put in the relay team to make up a team, and here they are running at the same meeting as double Olympic and world champion athlete Johan Blake. So great experience for these younger athletes. So it's just some local clubs from the Austria area.
In lane 6 we have the Sport Club Sportverein Marsch Neuberg 1. In lane 5 School Athletics Neusiedl am See, all local clubs from Burgenland. Then in lane 4 we have ULC Riverside Mödling, the second team. Then in lane 3 we have ATSV OMV Auerstal, also the second relay team. On lane 2 we have the local club from Eisenstadt, and on lane 1 the Leichtathletic Club Unlimited.
So as you see, even though it's a 1,000 meter in total distance, they will start in lanes. And we have a good start there. So these are the athletes running the first leg of the relay. So there's 5 teams. Once they finish the first 100 meters, they come out of the curve. They can then come into the inside lane.
In the lead is currently Eisenstadt, the local club.
That's
They
the
might be
first changeover. They've just been overtaken there. As I said, it is a mixed relay, so they can either have 3 boys and 2 girls, or 3 girls and 2 boys, and the order they run in is completely up to themselves. So we might see some changing over of
currently
different.
in lead is Mödling.
It's a bit of a bad change there in second place from the Eisenstadt team, but Mödling, no problems there, out in front, and they are just running away with this, a very big lead. So it is Mödling still in the lead. That's the 3rd athlete, so we're now changing over to the 4th athlete, so we have 400 meters to go. It's Neusiedl there in second place. Oh, he couldn't find his teammate there. Young athlete, they're all doing well here. As we said, this is a great experience for these young athletes running around this track. It's such a high-profile meeting. And also well done to the officials and the helpers in organising the young kids to make sure they're doing everything correctly and get to have their run. But it is Riverside Mödling that will take out this event. With only 100 meters to go, it'll be extreme drama if they don't win this, but keep our eye on the time. So I said there are 2 heats, so we don't know if this is the fastest heat or if there's some faster teams in the next heat, but 2 minutes 31.41. It is Neusiedl.
School Athletics Neusiedl comes in second.
And then coming through in third place is the Love team was on there.
Yes.
So third and fourth came through them, and
still have one athlete
we have
in the race. That might be the Sportverein Marsch
I
Neuberg.
think that is, yes. So that is quite possibly not even an athletics club, but just a sports club that are coming in to run. As you can see the smiles on the faces of these young kids. In huge applause as they come down the main straight here of the Eisenstadt arena here for this Raiffeisen Austrian Open event.
This young girl wanted to run even one more lap, so they're really motivated.
Well done there from the 6 teams that ran in that race.
You can see already the other relay teams coming onto the track.
There's half of them. Well, 2 of the athletes come down to the finish line where they will run, and then 3 athletes go up to the 200-meter start. So for the first, the third, and the 5th runners will start.
You can also see the men's pole vaulter jumping over.
Yes, it's
quite a bit of a height.
Great view from this camera angle here. You've got the grandstand there. It's a nice look over the stadium. How many teams do we have in this second heat, Daniel?
Second heat, we have again 6 teams.
6 teams.
We have ATSV, OMV, Austrian, we have STLV, we have ULC Raiffeisen Mödling, Eisenstadt, and SV Leichtathletik, as well as Leichtathletik Club Unlimited.
So you see there's some very good changeovers. It's just like running the distance relays, the 4x400s or above. So you don't need to be in your lanes for these changeovers, and it's a...
Hopefully everything went right and nobody got disqualified, but as far as it looks from our sides,
everything looked very clean, and it was a very good run from all kids involved in that under 14 event. Let's hope that this second heat is just as exciting and just as memorable for these athletes running, and also the spectators. I'm sure there's family watching, some other team members or members from the athletic club that just soaking up this atmosphere and really enjoying this event.
Coming up are the results from the first relay. The first place was taken by ULC Raiffeisen Mödling. Second was School Athletics Neusiedl am See. Third, Burgenland Eisenstadt. Fourth was ATSV OMV Austrian Athletics 22. And the 5th place was Leichtathletik Club Unlimited. As it looks like the Sportverein Marsch Neuberg.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they didn't start or didn't finish. I did think there was only 5 teams on the start.
No, they didn't finish. It was the last athlete who came in was from Sportverein Marsch Neuberg.
Anyway, we'll go into heat number 2 here.
In the heat 2 we have on lane 6 ATSV OMV Austrian Athletics 22, on lane 5 STLV 1, on lane 4 ULC Raiffeisen Mödling, On lane 3, LT Burgenland Eisenstadt. On lane 2, SVS Leichtathletik, and on lane 1, Leichtathletik Club Unlimited. In general, this should be the faster heat, so...
Yeah, we do have their number 1 teams from Riverside Mödling, one of the stronger clubs in Austria, as well as SVS Leichtathletik, 2 of the bigger clubs. We see our pole vaulters there, so they will get underway at just after 7 p.m. So women warming up there.
I think that was Hudson.
It looked like Victoria Hudson. The warm-up throw around the 60-meter mark. So this looks encouraging for our javelin throwers.
You can also see the pole vaulters.
Ricardo Klotz.
Still have some time to work out.
They have about 20 minutes, so they
proper
get their run-ups right. But they will be introduced to the crowd. And
we're just watching an Austrian athlete, I think.
yeah, I believe that's Ricardo Klotz, the number 1 Austrian pole vaulter at the moment. There's the other Austrian there.
This was another Austrian athlete, I think it was Patricia Madl at the javelin. She threw about 45 meters in the warm-up.
But she may not have thrown full there, just checking her run-up. And
yes. And as far as I know, Patricia Madl was also injured for quite a long time, so...
Looks like we have 7 athletes on the start line here. St. Michael was also listed there. So we could have an extra team that's not on our start list, but we'll try to keep you up to date with what's going on with that. Unfortunately, we don't have the names of the athletes running. We just have their clubs, but we will try to keep you up to date as much as we can with the order of these teams. So once again, they'll be starting from the start blocks in their lanes. They run the first 100 meters in the bend, staying in their lanes, and then they get to cross over to the inside lane, where they can then run the rest of the 800 meters. The last 2 rounds are run there on the inside lane.
Ja, auf Lauf Nummer 1 steht 2:31:41, die Zeit, die es zu schlagen gibt.
Unlimited in lane 1, Schreckart, SVS that is, the Schreckart team in lane 2. Quite interesting, something I've never seen before, Daniel.
Yes, there are
2 people starting
up their
with start blocks
in one lane.
I mean, I know from 800 meters and stuff, sometimes you do get 2 athletes in the one lane, but I've never seen it with start blocks.
Yes, this might be... there's a St. Michael who probably didn't manage to sign up in time.
But if we just go through these teams again, we have
so
this.
Once again, we have in lane 6 St. Michael and Auerstal, then we have in lane 5 STLV, in lane 4 ULC Raiffeisen Mödling, in lane 3 Leichtathletik Burgenland Eisenstadt, in lane 2 SVS Leichtathletik, and in lane 1 Leichtathletik Club Unlimited. And the start went well. Looks like ULC Raiffeisen Mödling is taking the lead. Some good speed.
They won their first event with their second team, so let's see how their first team goes. Maybe it's going to be a double for the Riverside Mödling club.
Second is currently Burgenland Eisenstadt, the local club from here.
And then it looks like SVS in the blue is in third.
They're just coming into the first lane.
So it is Mödling from Eisenstadt and then SVS Athletics. Mödling holding on to their lead that was established in the first leg.
I think Eisenstadt is a little bit... No, not anymore. Eisenstadt has some...
Yeah, she's starting to run out of energy here, but just in time they change over.
But SVS might overtake Eisenstadt just in a few seconds probably in the curve. Mödling is coming into the 100-meter lane.
So we come down to the last two athletes. So we're going to have 400 meters to go, and it is Mödling still winning with SVS moving into second place now, and Eisenstadt into third. Of the STLV.
STLV is probably in fourth place currently. And Mödling is doing the last change.
So
just now.
As long as nothing goes wrong now, it looks like it'll be another win now for Mödling, but it's going to be a very close finish now from this Lauf team.
Only boys.
That's the Austrian team there in green.
And Mödling is gonna probably win this heat.
So Mödling, but it's still close for second with Schrecker in the blue and the Lauf team in the red.
Mödling,
who is it going to be? It looks like from Isang it's the Lauf team. Then SVS were in third. Another great race there from these young athletes. We said under 14 athletes, all running 200 meters each. 2:39.67. I think that was a bit slower than the first heat. 2:31 was the first heat. High fives all round for the team. Good sportsmanship there. And we have the Unlimited team coming in there to finish their relay event. So once again, well done to all those young aspiring athletes getting to run in front of a big crowd, enjoying the atmosphere. Now they get to watch some of their idols compete in their races.
Und wir hoffen natürlich, Sie haben das auch genossen, können viel mitnehmen hier, vor allem natürlich auch Motivation.
See there the start with these 7 athletes.
It's an interesting thing. Cannot see that quite often.
Very good changeovers there. Obviously something they've been working on in training. We had no complications. It was a double victory there for the Riverside Mödling team. I said one of the stronger clubs in Austria. Very happy athletes, smiles on their faces.
And we have the results from the second heat. In the lead was Sulzi Riverside Mödling, second was LT Burgenland Eisenstadt, third SVS Leichtathletik, fourth STLV, ATSV OMV Austrian Athletics 22 came in fifth, and Leichtathletic Club Unlimited came in sixth place. And next up we have the B finals.
The B, that's correct, and the B final from the Burgenland 100 meter women. We have 6 athletes running in that race. up in 7 or 8 minutes. We will have Patricia Bruninger, Eva Lynch, Katharina Stadler, Victoria Rilhuber, Simon Virag and Maxima Krause. That will be the lineup for the B final. As we saw earlier in the heats, the conditions were very good for running, and these athletes ran extremely well. Now they have a chance to back up their heat run and run even better and try to improve on their times that they ran in the heats.
It's again gonna be probably a close call between the two Austrians, Victoria Wilhuber and Katharina Stadler, and the Irish athlete Eva Lynch. Those three athletes have a time of...
Eva Lynch ran 11:90 in the heats. Katharina Stadler was 11:81, with Rilhuber just behind her with 11:84. Both Stadler and Rilhuber ran in the same heat earlier on. But that will be the B final of the Burgenland 100 meters, and it won't be till later on till we see the A final. That'll be saved a bit more to the main program.
This will take place at 20:25, so 25 minutes past 8 p.m.
We'll have, so we have this B final coming up, and then the pole vault for the men, javelin throw for the women, all starting fairly close to each other, and then it will be the 100-meter heats for the men. Let's have a quick look at that. There will be 3 heats of 6 athletes.
Everybody showed up, so that's a good
The
sign.
local favourite, Marcus Fuchs, will start in the first heat, with Johan Blake starting in the second heat. So there are events to look out for. As we see the schedule, we have the Burgenland 100-meter B final next. Then is the pole vault men, brought to us by OSR. Eisenstadt javelin throw for the women, the OSR 100-meter heats for the men, the Burgenland Energy 100-meter hurdles for the women. That's going to be a great race. Lake Neusiedl presents the 110-meter hurdles for the men. Another interesting race there. Then the Omnibiotic 200-meter heats for the women, and then come the finals for the 100 for the men. Then we have Eisenstadt discus throw men, Burgenland Energy 100-meter hurdles women's final, the Lake Neusiedl 110-meter hurdles men final, the Gladrow Pokal 800 meters for the women, Omnibiotic 1500-meter race for the men, then the Laufsport Mountgold 1500-meter race for the women, and to round out the night is the Burgenland Energy 400-meter race for the men. Interesting, Daniel, will be the 110-meter hurdles for the men. We have Enzo Diesel, the local athlete. Yes, he's raced 3 times this year over the hurdles. Twice was too much wind, was wind assisted, so those races didn't count to automatically qualify him. But his last race, he ran 13:46, which is the exact limit for the European Championship. So good to see him get the qualifying after 2 races where he made the qualifying, but they didn't count because too much wind. But with these conditions and this fast track, maybe he can even get close to the Olympic qualifier. We see now the introductions of the men's pole vault events. This is the, you should know this athlete, Daniel, did some training with him?
Yes, this is the Austrian athlete Oliver Latzesberger, who has a PB of 5:20. From Croatia, we have the athlete Ivan Geromino Šerić with a personal best of 5:42. From Greece, we have Petros Ratio with a personal best of 5:55. From Mexico, Victor Castillero with a personal best of 5:40. He jumped 5:15 just this season. From Austria, Ricardo Klotz with a personal best of 5:65. He's the best Austrian athlete in this pole vault. From Mexico, Jorge Luna with a personal best of 5:62. Please welcome, representing Slovenia, Robert Renner. And from Slovenia we have Robert Renner.
The national record holder there with the 570, so hopefully get up towards that mark tonight. 575 we said is the qualifier for the European Championships.
From Poland we have Robert Sobera with a personal best of 5:81. He jumped 5:75 this season.
Yes, that was indoors, which is the qualifier, so here we will see him.
And one of the best pole vaulters in the world currently. With we have Austin Miller from the United States with a personal best of 5:90. He jumped.
Puts in a backflip there in the introduction, so he's going to be ready to put on a show. It's good to see. As I said, I'm going to look forward to actually leaving the commentary area soon, and I'm going to head out to the grandstand area and watch this pole vault. It's going to be very good to see. But before that starts, we have this B final from Burgenland 100-meter women event.
With 4 Austrian athletes, 1 Irish athlete and 1 Hungarian athlete at the starting lane. As we said before, it will be a close call between Stadler, Wilhuber and Lynch. And now to the lane. Lane 6 we have the Austrian athlete Maxima Krause with
she ran 12:13 in her heat to qualify through to this.
On lane 5 we have from Hungary Simon Birak.
12:09 was her qualifying, so it's going to be very close between those two if they run the same form as their heats.
From Austria again, Victoria Wilhuber on lane 4.
We're getting into the fast athletes in qualifying now. She had 11:84 in the heat.
On lane 3 we have also an Austrian athlete, Katharina Stadler.
11:81 was her qualifying time.
Now from Ireland we have on lane 2 Eva Lynch.
11:90 she ran. She'll be looking to improve on that a little bit.
And the last Austrian athletes on lane 1, Patricia Brunninger.
With her qualifying time of 12:12. So Stadler and Wilhuber in lanes
3 and 4.
3 and 4, correct, were the fastest qualifiers. So we look to those two if they can repeat their form from the heats.
We should also keep an eye open on lane 2 with Lynch. She was just close to this 11:80 mark.
So it's a good start now in the B final from the Burgenland 100-meter event. And it is the inside lanes with Stadler and Will-Huber. And it's going to be close, but it looks like Stadler will take the win from Huber. Unofficial time of 11:87 with a 1.3 wind.
So I think this is
Yeah, well, Daniel, just to let you know, Daniel and I will be leaving our commentary position now to go and get a bit closer to the action. We'll maybe try and conduct some interviews. So we're going to leave you in the capable hands of our colleagues from the European Athletics and hope that you all enjoy the rest of the broadcast.
Well, thank you very much indeed to our colleagues in Eisenstadt. This is the 4th edition of the Raiffeisen Austrian Open Eisenstadt meeting, which dates back to 2021. What a superb pre-program, but now we switch to the international events, and we've got 3 field events coming up. As you possibly may have seen, the presentation of the pole vault just took place a few moments ago. And we've also got a women's javelin of superb quality and a men's discus, which will be highlighting the Austrian hero, Lukas Weisheidinger. And I'm sure we're going to see some great performances. In addition to that, we've got 8 international caliber track events at this World Athletics Continental Tour Silver meeting. And here we have the women javelin throwers being presented. Well, this is a terrific field. I'm sure you'll recognize a few of the women in there. Yes, the woman in the pinky grey top, I think you can say, Ivana Kotkova from the Czech Republic, has a best of 53.52, so perhaps not one of the stronger throwers in this field. This is Patricia Mardel. Mardel, number 2 Austrian at the moment. This is the Hungarian Angela Diossi Marovajic. Competes for the PTK Budapest Club. Finished 4th last year. Now this woman, well, there's high hopes that Victoria Hudson can produce something special during the course of this summer. She finished a 5th place, a superb 5th place for Austria at the World Championships in Budapest last year. But this is the woman, well, she holds the meeting record here at 64.81, which she threw when she won here in 2022. It's the 2018 European champion from Germany, Kristin Hussong. Big smile. Well, Hussong has been here every year that this competition's been taking place. Finished 2nd last year behind Australia's Catherine Mitchell. And there is the entire program for this evening. The pole vault has already got underway at the lower heights. Well, the women will start to take their throws very shortly in just a few minutes' time. And then, as you see, we can go all the way through the program, all the way to 21:59 Central European time. And if you're watching this elsewhere in the world and you just want to set your clocks, Central European time is 2 hours ahead of GMT, or as it's now most widely known, UTC. And there we go. Well, one event I'm particularly looking forward to as well is the men's 1500 meters, which comes up at 21:38, which features the newly minted Austrian record holder. And it's going to be an absolutely terrific race between Raphael Palic and also contenders from Switzerland and Netherlands, respectively, Tom Elmer and Noah Bautos. 2:34 men indeed. But anyway, let's focus our attention on the javelin. We've got a little while to concentrate on these field events, so we'll be able to really put the spotlight on both the pole vault and the women's javelin. I think there's some particular interest with the women's javelin, especially, as I said, with Victoria Hudson occupying local interest quite considerably. Hudson, of course, well, is going to be going for a medal as well at the European Athletics Championships coming up next month. That's a foul. That's a red flag on 2 counts. Both a heel going over the stop line and the javelin veering out to the far left-hand side. That was Patricia Mardell. You can see, just can't stop in time, spins around, and a right foot goes over the line. So now Petra Hanulakieva from Slovak Republic, weakest of the competitors, just 21 years of age, has a best of 49.27. So perhaps we'll be looking to go over the 50-meter line for the very first time in her career. That's not too far away, probably around 46 meters. So the first heat of the men's 100 meters, Andreas Meyer-Lucht, local athlete from Austria, from the Riverside Modeling Club, has a best of 10.56. This is Leo Sars, SVS Leichtathletik, 10.64 man. Now, this man certainly will get a lot of cheers. Markus Fuchs, Austrian record holder at 10.08. And Fuchs, well, he loves this track. He's been so successful here in the past. Let me just recap on a couple of his achievements. Well, his first Austrian record of 10.15 came here in 2022, and that's been improved last year to 10.08. This is Filip Fedrich, part of a contingent from the Slovak Republic who've made their way here. It's not very far to Bratislava and beyond. 10.32 man. Gabriel Bonnemann from Austria. Bonnemann, 10.92. And Jakub Senk from Czech Republic, 11.06 man. So perhaps one of the outsiders to go through. Of course, this track, 6-lane track. So all eyes on Markus Fuchs in lane 4. And barring accidents, one would expect quite a convincing victory from the Austrian. Really nobody else in this field quite in his class. Fuchs has got a tremendous track record, of course. This year, made the semi-finals of the World Indoor Championships in Glasgow. Oh, false start. Let's have a look on the replay, see if we can see what went on there. But just to recap, well, Fuchs, European sprinting is very strong, particularly with the British and the French. But Fuchs has got a good record at international championships in recent years. Finished 7th in the European Indoor Championships over 60 meters last year when we were in Istanbul. Made the semi-finals of the 100 meters in the European Championships 2 years ago in Munich. Yeah. So it's the Slovak runner in lane 3 who's getting a warning. That's Fedrich. Well, some generous refereeing, but I'm glad to see that at this sort of competition. This isn't the World Championships or the European Championships. So as they settle down once again, keep your eyes on lane 4, Markus Fuchs from Austria, the national record holder. And Fuchs now 30 metres into this race and starting to pull away from the rest of the field. A very convincing win indeed in this first of 3 heats for Markus Fuchs. Faster than the meet record, but an illegal wind reading for record purposes of 2.5 metres per second. We've seen that over the last few years. This is actually quite a windy arena. As you can see, apart from the main stand, there isn't much that acts as a windbreak. But 10:20, he'll be pleased with that. Yes, it was a windy race, but it was a good one, and it really did shake out the cobwebs from Markus Fuchs. Fuchs, now 28 years of age, competes for the Union St. Pollen Club. Now, Kristen Husong threw over 64 metres here 2 years ago. That drops down at around the 57 metre mark. So 57:20 I can see on my commentator information system. We do have live results, so go to the European Athletics website, www.european-athletics.com, scroll down, and you'll see a link to the live results for this meeting, as we look now at Victoria Hudson. Oh, that's a good start for Hudson. That's right on the 60-metre line. She'll be pleased with that. Hudson, like Markus Fuchs, competes for the SVS, I should say, like a couple of the sprinters that you just saw, competes for the SVS Light Athletic Club. And indeed, she set her national record of 64.68 here in Eisenstadt in this very, very same arena back in 2021. And won this meeting in 2021, a little bit later that summer. So 60.17 for Hudson. Takes an almost 3-metre lead. Now, Patricia Muddle. As we saw, foul with her first attempt. Very high angle of release. That's gone wide again. So there's the 6 men who are going to contest the second heat of the men's 100 metres. Mark Perrin, as you can see there, has improved this year to 10.58. The Frenchman. Klaus Grunbart. Another large group of Austrians, and then we switch quickly over to Johan Blake, the world champion 13 years ago in 2011, a man who's also taken Olympic silver medals the following year in the 100 metres and 200 metres, part of world record-breaking 4x100 metre teams. Jonas Lorenz. Well, Lorenz, great experience for the 18-year-old. In a lane next to the world champion. I bet he didn't think he was going to be in this position when he woke up this morning. Now, one of the Danish contingent here. This is Kasper Andersen, a personal best of 10:51 for the Dane. Max Forster. Forster, also just 18 years of age. So the likes of Forster and Lorenz looking to make an impression, and perhaps next year wear an Austrian vest at the European Under-20 Championships, which will be in Tampere in Finland. In the meantime, the eyes in this race will be on Johan Blake. Blake, now 34 years of age, but still great credentials. Didn't break 10 seconds last year, but he's still the equal second fastest man ever with that clocking of 9.69, which is his personal best from a few years ago now. Well, Blake pounding down the track, starting to put some distance between himself and the rest of the field. Oh, a new meeting record for Johan Blake. The win's just record legal. 10:16 for the Jamaican. He'll be very, very happy with that as well. That's what he came here for, to make a statement. Well, he went over to Morocco last Sunday and ran in the Diamond League meeting there. A disappointing outing, 10:41, but this is a lot better from the Jamaican. It's good conditions for sprinting as well. It's about 21 degrees out in the light athletic arena. It's a very simply named athletics arena in Eisenstadt. And it'll stay pretty warm until the very end of the meeting. It'll still be about 16 degrees, we expect, when the meeting comes to an end at 10 o'clock. So this is the Hungarian, Angela Diossi Moravchik. A second visit, maybe. Oh, disappointing for her. Drops down at around 48 meters. Had 51.24 in the first round. She gets proceedings underway with the second round. Yeah, it's a little bit disappointed for her. 47.78 for the Hungarian. Oh, that's a good throw from Koktava. That's a best of 53.52, so that's not that far away from it. We'll leave the javelin just for a moment and go back to the track for the third and final heat of the... Oh, I thought we were going to go back for the third and final heat for the men's 100 meters, but, well, this is, of course, great local interest. Victoria Hudson leading the way with 60.17. and getting plenty of support from the crowd over on the far side of the arena. Nicely done. Breaks. Oh, that's a... I was going to say that was a big throw, but it just dipped down at the end. Ah, what a pity. For about 3/4 of that, it looked as though it was going to fly out around the 60-metre mark, but it just came up short. Nice head-on shot. Good technique from Hudson. Over the last couple of years, she's really done very well indeed. And you just have a feeling that maybe she has a habit of getting it right when it counts, that she might well be a medal contender when we're off to Rome for the European Athletics Championships in just a couple of weeks' time. They get underway on the 7th of June. And there we go. It is, in fact, the third heat of the men's 100 metres. And we've just seen that meeting record, as you can see on the top right hand of your screen, reduced to 10:16 by Jamaica's Johan Blake just a few minutes ago. So this is Jakob Hinterholzer from the Salzburg Athletics Club. Hinterholzer, best of 10:63. Lukas Pulnig. So, Dorian Kamal, a 10:11 man at best. Not quite that quick so far this year. Alongside him, Germany's Dennis Almaz. Again, a man who's looking to start getting into some kind of good form. He'll be looking to challenge for a place on the German team going to those European Athletics Championships I've mentioned, whether an individual spot or the relay. And then Argentina's Franco Florio. Now, Florio's in reasonable form at the moment. Holds the Argentine record from when he came second in the South American Under-23 Championships. Perhaps the favourite, despite the fact that he's been seeded into lane 2, because the men on the inside, Almaz and Camel, perhaps yet to get into their running, I should say. So, quite a strong breeze on their back. Wasn't quite record legal for the first heat at 2.6 metres per second, but dipped down to a very, very helpful 1.9 metres per second in the second heat won by Johan Blake. So, Camel in lane 4, Almaz 3, Florio in 2. They're the men to keep an eye on. And it is indeed Almaz who's the strongest away. Florio now with a lot of room to pick up, but he's closing the gap on Almaz, but Almaz is away. And just look at that, just 1 second shy of that meeting record. That is a really good performance from Almaz. Well, Almaz got a really good start and then was never headed despite Florio closing him down. Oh, it's been amended to 10:16, so he takes a joint share of the meeting record. And I do know that for every winner, there's €300, but I'm sure there's little bonuses as well for meeting records. Rather disappointing run, though, it has to be said, from Dorian Camel in third place, though. Expecting a little bit more from the American sprinter, a man who can boast of credentials as a 10:11 sprinter. And, of course, well, the sprinters, they won't have much time to wait. They're back on track very shortly. Contest the final. That men's 100-metre final coming up at 20:32 local time. So the crowd really enjoying themselves here with the very first international track event. So there's the full rundown. There's tyres there for the final. I think there might be 8 onto this 6-lane track. I'll tell you what it is. They're going to run the top 6 as an A final, and there's a B final coming up, which will then give the men from 7th to 12th place a second run. I just looked at my notes. So, Christine Hussong through just over 57 metres with her first round effort, and that's not better, I don't think. So that brings the second round to an end, and it's still Victoria Hudson leading with 60-17. As we just see a replay there. Well, I owe you an apology. We've actually in the third round, and it's just under 56 metres for Hussong, the 2018 European champion. So this is the last throw in the third round. Hudson still leading with 60-17. Followed up that 60-17 in the first round with a foul. Oh, that's much better. Well, I'm wondering whether that's going to challenge that meeting record by Christine Hussong. Well, she's thrown over 63 metres on 4 occasions. 3 of those have come in Eisenstadt, so she really does love this place, and her Austrian record is 64-68. Let's just see what she can produce. What's the measurement of that third round effort? It's a national record of 66.06. Unbelievable. And that's a European lead as well. I have to say, with the naked eye, I wasn't quite sure it was that far. But, well, you can't complain with the measurement. Let's have a look at it again. Oh, such a quick arm. And technically, the footwork, superb. Big launch pad, big pull. Yeah, with this angle, it didn't look as far as 66 metres, but she knows that it's gone flying out there, adding more than a metre onto her national record. Oh, she really does love the Eisenstadt arena. Well, that's just a fraction under the world lead held by Colombia's Flor Dennis Ruiz at 66.70. Gosh. Well, that'll have a few reverberations around the world amongst the women's javelin throwing community. Victoria Hudson really did make a statement with that, and she's got 3 more throws as well. Let's see what she can produce over the final 3 rounds. In the meantime, the track's getting ready for the women's 100 metres hurdles. 2 heats of that. Okay. So this is Ricardo Klotz coming in. Klotz struggling a little bit. He is pole vaulter. Austria's #1 pole vaulter at the moment. now 25 years of age, comes from Innsbruck. Has a best of 5.65 from 2022. There's Austin Mitchell in the foreground. So a foul at 5.04. This competition's got a long way to go for these pole vaulters. Klotz jumped to best of 5.22 last week in Innsbruck. That's his season's best so far, of course, very early days, but going through the bar. Didn't really recapture the form that he had in 2022 last year. Now, Jorge Luna, the Mexican, 5.62 for him, and nicely over at 5.04. So the two Mexicans chatting. Luna having a word with Victor Castellero. Well, the spectators and the audience really up close and personal with the pole vaulters. Now, Patricia Mardell. How can she respond to that absolutely magnificent throw of Victoria Hudson? Well, once again, it goes wide. She's having a few problems with her technique. So she hasn't got a valid throw in yet. 4 X's to her account. She's a right-handed thrower, but they're all going out wide, out of the sector. Well, Mardell at best is a 55-metre thrower, but it's just not happening for her today. So this is the first of 2 heats in the women's 100 metres hurdles. The final will be at 20:55 local time. So let's look at the lineup. This is Neda Lasikskaite. She's a 14-second competitor. Perhaps, well, the weakest of the field. She is only 19 years of age, so plenty of time to improve over her career. This is Monika Sapalska of Germany. She's been running well over the course of this early start of the season. 13:27, not that far away from her personal best. Celeste Mookie, one of a large number of Australians who are based in Europe in all sorts of different groups. Personal best of 12:84. Very recently got very close to that, running 13:03. Now, Karin Strametz recently ran a personal best of 12:92. So there'll be a lot of interest in how Strametz runs. Member of the Leibniz Club. So Johanna Plank, another of the Austrians, not quite as strong as Strametz, 13:40 competitor at best. So lane 2 empty. So from the inside, it's Plank, Stramets, Mucci, Zapalska, and on the outside, Lasaskaite. Well, Mucci had a good start. It's fairly even at this stage, but now Stramets starting to motor. Some really good clean hurdling from Stramets as she's pulling away from the Australian Mucci. And she takes the win in 13.06. That'll be a really satisfying heat for Stramets. She did everything needed. Put quite a lot of distance between herself and Celeste Mucci over the second half of the race. And it's been revised down to 13.04. So we're seeing a little bit of a trend here. The unofficial times being revised down to by about 100th, maybe 200ths. As we look at that race again. Well, we're about... From about the 6th hurdle onwards, it was all about Stramets. She's a very, very technically proficient hurdler, competent hurdler. She seems to, her shoulders seem to go from side to side a little bit. She's still quick on the flat. So, Christine Hussong, how does she respond to that 66.06 from Victoria Hudson? Well, Hussong, over the years, has been such a good competitor. Now 30 years of age. Still drops down short of 60 metres. She's really struggling to find the form in the last couple of years. She has had injuries, and they were particularly profound 2021, 2022. It's worth remembering that she was a Tokyo Olympic Games finalist back in 2021, as well as 2016. And in the middle of those two Olympic Games appearances, won the European title on home soil in Berlin in 2018. Well, what more can she do? Victoria Hudson, she's already provided a highlight of this meeting, going out to beyond 66 metres, a European lead for the Austrian. 66.06, adding more than a metre to a national record, which has stood for 3 years. Once again, a superb effort. Not quite, just dips down. It looked good from the release, but a bit like a second effort, just dips down a little bit. Just a question of the angle of release, I think. But a coach is all smiles. Well, we're looking again at that replay of the first heat. Here's the results. Oh, I thought we were going to get those results. We'll probably get them in a minute as we're looking at local Austrian thrower, I was saying, Ricardo Klotz, who got himself clear at 5.04. So that was another foul for Patricia Mardell, starting the 5th round. So the second attempts for Jack Roven, the Slovenian. Has a best of 5'10", so operating close to his height. Close to his best. But he's just 18 years of age. No. Height's not really there for Roven. But he's travelled with Robert Renner, Slovenian record holder, former world under-18 champion and also European under-23 champion. Renner hasn't come in yet. We'll see more of him shortly. So there we have the lineup for the second heat. So Karolina Kolacek, the Pole, got a familiar figure. Liu Lu, well, personal best this year, just a couple of weeks ago, 13:15, just 100th shy of the Hong Kong record. Courtney Jones, well, Jones, 2018 World Under-20 bronze medalist, has had injury problems, but he's starting to come back to form. Sabina von Jakowski, 13:11. This is Ricarda Loba. She's been running well. She's gone under 13 seconds this year, just shy of her personal best. And on the outside, local star, again a teenager from the Eisenstadt club, Iman Roca. Roca, 13:88, her best. So as they move forward from the inside, it's Roca, Loba, Woniakowski, Lu, Zapalska, and on the outside, Kolacek. Let's see what the Pole Kolacek can bring to this. But possibly the favourite for the race is in lane 4, the American Courtney Jones. But it's the Swiss hurdler von Jakowski who's away quickly, bearing down on her now, Jones, but still von Jakowski just edging out on her inside, Loba. And that equals the meeting record. And a big personal best as well for von Jakowski if that's confirmed. Taking a 10th off it. So Lara Latz fouling. Lara Latz lying down in third place at the moment with 53.08. But von Jakowska, the perfect wind, you might say, on her back. 2.0 meters per second. Absolutely the limit. But it equals the meeting record of 13.01 and takes a full 10th of a second off her best. And that'll see her through to the European Athletics Championships. That's a qualifier as well, as we see Kristin Hussong foul her 5th round effort in the javelin. Still in second place with that first round 57.20. Just looking a little bit disappointed with her form. I think she was going to hoping to come here and get back to 60-meter plus form, just like last year when she threw 60.88 for second place behind the Australian Catherine Mitchell. But this woman is in absolutely fantastic shape. 66.06, that national record. Well, this has been absolutely the highlight of the meeting so far, despite the fact that we've seen a couple of meeting records already. Oh, once again, good throw, but was that a foot fault? Well, it drops down at about 55 metres, so she's just moved over the line anyway. It doesn't mean that it'll get measured, I should say. No, it was actually a clean throw. On the replay, you can see her feet were within the stop line. You just feel that after that 66.06, having seen the last couple of throws, that all the adrenaline, all the emotion has just dissipated, just dissolved just a little bit. She's improved her personal best and national record by more than a metre, and who could blame her? So now we start the 6th round. Patricia Mardell. Please, Patricia, get a valid throw in. They've been flying off to the side. Yes, finally. Well, I don't know. Has she stepped over because it dropped down at around 47 metres? Let's wait for confirmation of that. I can't see what the judges are doing with regards to raising the white or the red flag. Well, it's a legal throw in terms of her release and her feet. Yeah, it drops down at around perhaps about 46 metres, but she's not happy. Just blowing out her cheeks in exasperation and frustration. 46.04. She does finally get a valid mark, but it's not going to be one that's being kept in the highlights package at home. Oh well. You can't be throwing over 50 metres every day. And here's another woman who's got the same problem, Ivana Koktava, the Czech thrower. Has a best of 53. And gets a valid throw. Oh, just as I say that, but it is a valid throw. She's pretty disgusted with it. Not her day, but nevertheless, we've already seen some good, really good javelin throwing in this competition. So, Robert Renner, Slovak, should say Slovenian record holder, coming in at 5.24. Brings it down. We often see that with the pole vaulters. After warming up, if they've had to wait a little while, they just get out of their groove a little bit. So, Petra Hanuliakova. Slovak thrower, part of a large contingent. 43.41. So no improvement for her. She remains down in 5th place with that best of just over 46 metres. Well, Jorge Luna. Saw him go clear a short while ago with 5.04. Now the bar's moved up. 5.24, first attempt for the Mexican. So Luna has a best of 5.62. And he goes nicely clear, no problems. Fist in the air, celebrating that little win, shall we say, just him against the bar. Nice tidy jump, bags of height there. And of course, 5:24 is exactly 1 meter below that recent world record by Mondo Duplantis. So just imagine how high that is. Add a meter on top of that bar that Jorge Luna's just cleared. So we move on now to the men's 110 meters hurdles. Austria's Enzo Diesel. Well, he was going over the shorter under-20 hurdles last year when he won the European Under-20 Championship. Now, Koen Schmet, personal best of 13.50 for the Dutchman. He's out in lane 6. Alongside him in lane 5 is Tim Eickermann. German, ran 13.66 last year, and he's pretty close to that. Pretty sure that a new personal best is in the offing for Eickermann. Now, just wait for the cheer for this man, Enzo Diesel. One of the real stars of last year's European Under-20 Championships in Jerusalem, winning gold for Austria. Has adapted well to the senior hurdles, running 13.46. Niccolò Giacalone has improved this year to 13.71. Of course, as far as the Italians are concerned, there's a certain Lorenzo Simonelli waiting in the wings. He's had a few injury problems to start his season, but we're expecting the world indoor 60 meters hurdle silver medalist to come back flying soon. So that was Stefan Volzer of Germany, a 13.71 four-man at best. And here's Singapore's Chen Xiangang. So, from the inside, it's Ang, Volzer, Giacalone, and then the local favourite, Enzo Diesel in lane 4. And on the outside, Eickermann of Germany and Smet of the Netherlands in the all-black apparel. Fastest man in the field, Enzo Diesel with his recent 13.46. And indeed it is Diesel who's away very quickly indeed. Really good hurdling from the European Under-20 champion. Up on the outside, Schmet challenging, but now Diesel starting to pull away. Giacalone doing well, but clattered the last hurdle. So 13.39 would have been a personal best, but the wind is just over the record legal limit at 2.1 meters per second. Now Christine Hussong, lying in second place at the moment. No, that's not going to be any improvement for the 2018 European champion. So Hussong start with 57.20, and that's the mark she'll finish with in this competition. So just Victoria Hudson to go. I'm sure she'll take a valedictory throw. And here she is, the Austrian, 5th at last year's World Championships in Budapest. Didn't have far to go. Could easily have been a day trip. Budapest very close to Eisenstadt. No, not over 60 meters. So is she getting it measured? Doesn't really need to. Well, she wins this competition by more than 8 meters with that national record for Austria, 66.06, that came in the third round. Here we see it again. Just slightly flew out of her hand just a little bit early as dusk falls over Eisenstadt. And if you're wondering where Eisenstadt is, well, it's about 60 kilometers south of Vienna. Doesn't take long to get here from the Austrian capital. 57.93. Patricia Mardell coming over and giving her a big hug. And we're about 20 kilometers from the Hungarian border. There you go. Now you can find it on a map. And there's the complete results. Hudson, that national record for Austria, 66.06. Hussong, former European champion, second, 57.20. And in third, only saw one of her throws, I should say, but it was Lara Latz with 53.08. There's a replay of that second heat in the men's 110 meters hurdles. Diesel really pouring it on, clattering that last hurdle, but it doesn't stop him. He's flying through to take the win. What a great family name, Diesel, to have in this sort of conditions. So Diesel, 13.39, just beating out Kohn Schmidt, 13.57. Nicolo Giacolone misses out on the final, 13.69 for Giacolone. So, as you can see, on the infield scoreboard, over to the right-hand side of your screen, we've got a third heat coming up very shortly. But we've also got some pole vaulting going on. Well, this is Robert Sabera, still in his long training tights. Pole, the 2016 European champion, bringing the bar down. I do apologise, a bit of misidentification there. I said it was Robert Sabera. In fact, it's the Croatian, Ivan Sedic. 5:42 man at best. We've still got some of the big guns to come in. Austin Miller and, of course, Robert Renner as well. We're just waiting for the third heat to get underway of the men's 110 meters hurdles. And there we have it. Well, this is Carlos Oces of Spain, 13.85 man. Of course, Spain, very fine hurdlers in the shape of the reigning European champion Asier Martinez, as well as Enrique Lopez. So Oces trying to bag a place perhaps as the third man on the Spanish team going to those European Championships. In lane 5, it's the two-time African champion from South Africa, Antonio Alcanar. Algeria's Amine Bounani is in lane 4. Balint Cerezes. 13:58 man at best, and he's been very close to that already this year. Francois Grellet. 13:79 man Grellet. So as they settle down from the inside, it's Grellet. Cezeles. And it's Alcanar in lane 5 who's doing well, but alongside him the Algeria, Bounani. And it's Bounani who comes through for the win. That's a good run from the Algerian. It could be very close to his personal best. 13:37 man, the Algerian. Just wait for the time and wait for the wind reading, because we have had some of those heats that have been windy. Yes, we know he won. Just a question of how fast he went, I think. They're still determining that. Well, he is the Algerian record holder. He set that in the World Championships semi-final in 2022 in Eugene. Giacalone just wondering whether he's going to get through to the final as fastest loser after finishing third in that first heat. We're still waiting for the times. We'll bring you up to date with those shortly. No doubt at all about the winner, though, the Algerian, Bounani. Subject to confirmation, he was followed home by Antonio Alcanar. Well, DJ's having a great night. He's got a really quite entertaining selection of music for the crowd. So the bar's still at 5:24. This is Castillero, second attempt at this height for the Mexican. Still to come in, Austin Miller and Robert Sabera. Sabera, the former European champion from 2016. We've only lost Latzelsperger. No heighted at 484. So Castillejo failing for a second time. So getting some input from his teammate, Jorge Luna. Luna, of course, going clear at the first time of asking as the bar goes up. Next to attempt this height will be Ivan Selic. Selic focusing. Getting the crowd behind him, and it seems to have worked because he goes clear. A nice vault there from Selic, the Croatian. He's got the middle name of Geronimo, the 24-year-old. Hasn't yet been to a major championship, but on the basis of his indoor vault at 5:42, which is a personal best, might well be on his way to Rome for the European Athletics Championships. Punching the sky as darkness continues to descend over Eisenstadt. As I say, the still warm conditions out there and no rain predicted, so it's going to continue dry. Very good conditions for vaulting. Jak Rovan, the Slovenian. So looking very focused. Rovan, no. Goes under the bar though. So there's three men to take their third attempts at this height. Castillejo, Klotz and Rovan. And we've seen Chatsu, the Greek, go clear. Luna of Mexico. Robert Renner with his second attempt. And Ivan Selic as well. So we've still got four clear, and Austin Miller and Robert Sabera to come in. So this is Ricardo Klotz, the Austrian. Next action on the track coming up in just a few minutes, and that'll be the women's 200 meters with the local star Susanna Gogolwally. And Klotz gets himself over. I think something of a sigh of relief for Ricardo Klotz. So he lives to fight another day and will be in as the competition as the bar goes up to 5:34. Well, the European Championship qualifying distance is 5:74. So Klotz really does need to add a few centimeters to be able to consider going to the Premier Continental Athletics event in a few weeks' time. Hasn't got long to sort it out. Really need a few more do well at this meeting, perhaps, as congratulations all around for Victoria Hudson. Big smiles. Representatives of the sponsors. Raiffeisen, financial institution. I'd like to thank them for their involvement in making this meeting happen. Now, Victor Castillero. Third attempt at 5:24, no. So the Mexican departs from this competition. Just really wasn't there for Castillero. Has a best of 5:40, but never really looked like getting close to that with his attempts at 5:24. Nevertheless, consolation from his teammate. Jorge Luna, though, very much still in this competition. So just Jack Roven to take an attempt at this height, and then success or failure, the bar will go up to 5:34. He struggled at 5:04, just getting it over at third time of asking, although it was a personal best outdoors. Has jumped 5:10 indoors. The 18-year-old went to the European Under-20 Championships in Jerusalem in 2022. And despite that failure, I think he can also look forward to perhaps, if his upward trajectory continues, literally and metaphorically, going to next year's European Under-20 Championships. And this meeting in Eisenstadt will have been good experience for the Slovenian athlete. And he's got a good mentor as well in Robert Renner, who can tell him all about what it needs to succeed at major age group championships. But for tonight, Jack Roven departs from this competition as the bar now goes up to 5:34. You can see the infield announcer announcing that the women's 200 meters is about to get underway. 200 Metern, although I think that's the limit of my German. As you see the scorecard for Jack Roven, as he has cleared 5:10 indoors, but that was an outdoor best. And with a long summer's competition, maybe he can go beyond what he achieved indoors, but still only 18 years of age. Training partner of Robert Renner. Well, the floodlights have now come on in the light athletic arena. There's Austin Miller, cleared 5:90 indoors and was desperately unlucky, finishing third in the US National Championships, not to be part of the US team going to the World Indoor Championships. Quite an effervescent, entertaining character. I commented on a couple of his meetings during the indoor season. Always that I'd like to watch him in action. We have plenty of opportunity to talk a little bit more about Miller. It looks like he might well be coming in at 5:34. There we go. So Miller, now 29 years of age, 1.90 m tall, which, if you're family or friends, you'll know he's 6'2" 3/4. Getting everybody behind him. Well, he cleared 5.90 m indoor twice this year. And he's already been over in Long Beach last month, 5.86. Absolutely no problems for Miller. What a superb effort to open his account. And the American's flying. He liked that. Yeah, we saw it as well. There was huge amounts of daylight between Mr. Miller's torso and the bar. Well, on Saturday, he jumped 5.72 in Innsbruck, and that will inevitably make him the favourite for this competition, just endorsed and enhanced by watching that clearance at 5.34. And it's the first time that the pole vault has been held in this meeting, so whoever wins will take home a meeting record as well. That's Robert Sabera coming in very quickly to follow suit. $5.34 for the 2016 European champion. 33 years of age. Looks quite youthful for it. Also has cleared 5.72 this year. Won the Horzo meeting on Saturday at that height, so he's also in good form. But now we have the women's 200 meters. Well, all attention on Susanna Gogol-Wally. On the outside, Misha Powell, 23:30 runner. Canadian. Not too many Canadians in this meeting. Now, Suzanne Gogol-Wally. Not that far off that long-standing Austrian record of Carolina Käfer's over 400 meters. Made the World Indoor Championships final. Now 28... tripping over, 28 years of age. And this is Shannon Ray. Well, Shannon Ray, the quickest woman in this field, over 200 meters at 22.82. And she's an 11.09 100-meter runner as well. Expect to see her start very quickly, the American. On her inside, from Lithuania, Lucretia Sabataite. This is Justina Schotti, a Hungarian. 23.51 her best. And on the tight inside lane, it's Victoria Vilhuber. Hasn't broken 24 seconds. Maybe this will be the chance for her to make her mark over 200 meters. Well, Gogol-Wally's best came last year in Poland at 23.06. She does run a few 200 meters, as you might expect. Her best on over 400 metres of 50.87 also came last year in July. That was the first time she'd broken 51 seconds. Now she faces some pretty stiff opposition at the European Athletics Championships over one lap of the track, but could easily get into the medal mix there in Rome in a few weeks' time. But tonight, 200 metres. So Gogol Wally in lane 5, but on her inside it's Shannon Ray, and Shannon Ray's already up on her shoulder. Also running well, it's the Lithuanian Sabataite having a really good run in lane 3 at the moment, but it's a real battle between Gogol Wally and on her inside Shannon Ray. Now Gogol Wally just starting to pull away, and there's 2 metres difference at the end, and it's a meeting record for Susanna Gogol Wally. Big smile as always for the Austrian. Just a little bit off her best, but nevertheless a terrific performance from the home crowd favourite. So Ricardo Klotz over clear at the first time of asking at 5:34. Now seems to be getting into his groove. And that's a season's best for the Austrian, and a big hug from Austin Miller. Austin Miller is on hand just to really ramp everybody up, I think. I've seen him indoors on a couple of competitions hugging everybody. Well, just waiting for those results of the 200 metres, but no doubt at all about the winner as we look at that replay. Well, as you might expect from an 11:09 runner, Shannon Ray in lane 4 was very quickly out of her blocks, and at this point as well, Lucretia Sabataite is running extremely well in lane 3. But Gogol Wally, well, as we look at empty track, Gogol Wally really made it count over the final 50 metres. Her speed endurance really showing in the final quarter of that race. And confirmation it is a meet record of 23:38. Shannon Ray, after that blistering bend, drifted back to second, 23:821. So after going clear with his first attempt at 5:24, first time failure for Petros Shatsiou of Greece. 5:55 man at best. Compatriot of Emmanuel Karalis, who's going so well and got that medal at the World Indoor Championships. He's short of the European qualifying mark for Rome, but might get through in terms of rankings. So some rueful looks from the pole vaulters. There's a long way to go in this competition. Could well last all the way to 10 o'clock. It's the first to start, and I wouldn't bank against it being the last to finish. Just a bit of a hiatus in the pole vault competition. It should be even Serech to go next. But there's a presentation to Susanna Gogol-Wally for that meeting record. Gets a little crown. And of course, you're going to see gold crowns in evidence at the European Athletics Championships, because that's what the new initiative by European Athletics for the best performances is going to be called. However, Petros Shatsiou going straight back in. Second attempt, takes his time. Oh, goes under the bar as well. Oh dear, that's not so good from Shatsiou. So, one more attempt for the Greek, Shatsiou. Wasn't really a good attempt. Didn't look as though he was ever really committed to that. And as I say, he has jumped 5.55. A little bit surprising. So, Shatsiou in some discussions with the coach. So Shatsiou, as the clock winds down, just wondering if he's going to say he's going to pass and have a crack at 5.44. He's got 3 minutes. The clock hasn't moved yet. Well, there seems to be some discussion over whether Shatsiou is going to take his third and final attempt at this height or wait for the bar to go up to 5.44. I can bring you up to date with the fact that the next action on the track will be the men's A and B finals in the 100 metres. And we saw the heats earlier. Johan Blake setting a meeting record of 10.16. Well, first we have an additional event, though. So we have the A final of the women's 100 metres. That's a late addition to the timetable. As you can see there. And nice scenes behind. we're just waiting. Just received notice that that women's 100 metres should have been getting underway about 5 minutes ago. I'm not quite sure what the hold-up is, but the bar has indeed gone up to 5:44. That was what all the discussions was about in the pole vault. And Austin Miller, after that soaring clearance of 5:34, comes back in. Well, he was comfortably over 5:34. So the man who's already jumped 5:86 outdoors this year, coming in. And once again, a really huge clearance for Miller. Hey, and we've seen that a few times during the indoor season at World Athletics Indoor Tour meetings. Silver and bronze meetings have been broadcast on the European Athletics channels. And this time, of course, during the outdoor season, the World Athletics Continental Tour Silver, Bronze and Challenger meetings. Well, we've got at least 36 of them coming up for you. No problems there for Miller. Could start to get a little more serious now, though, with the bar going up to 5:54 very shortly. So he's the first man clear. I am seeing that Sobera will pass. So it's just Jorge Luna and Ricardo Klotz to take their attempts at this height. Renner also, having passed 5:34, will have a crack. So, Robert Renner, just on the pole vault run up now. You can just see him at the far end. So their confirmation of the lineup for the women's 100 metres. Out in lane 6, the Lithuanian. And we switch from the lineup of the women's 100 metres to the men's discus, one of the most eagerly awaited events of this evening. So this is Oskar Stashnik. He's in fine form already, having thrown 63.25. One of two Czechs in this competition, Dominik Sladek. Has a personal best of just over 57 metres. As does this man, his compatriot, Thomas Jockel. Martin Markovic, the Croatian, personal best of 65.69. This is a small competition, which will be quite good because it'll mean that the men get the chance to throw quickly, coming into the circle in very quick rotation. This is Hungary's János Huszák. Again, another man with a personal best of 65 meters plus. 65.54 for him. Just 15 centimeters shy of the personal best of Markovic. But this is a man who holds the Austrian record. He's one of the greats of Austrian athletics at the moment. Lukas Weistheidinger. Well, he was a bronze medalist in Tokyo 3 years ago at the Olympic Games. World Championships bronze medalist in 2019. European Championships bronze medalist in 2018. And I think he's going to be in the battle for the medals again in Rome. So, Jorge Luna, first attempt for the Mexican at this height of 5.44. He's just seen Austin Miller go well clear. Oh, aborts that effort, but he's got 2 more attempts. Well, so stripped off is Eva Missionaite of Lithuania, Molly Scott. We've seen Molly Scott over the years in European age group championships, always smiling. Magdalena Linder, the Austrian, very good Austrian this. Linda. In lane 4 is perhaps the favourite, Christania Williams of Jamaica. She holds the meeting record, having run 13.33 in the heat, equaling what Linda ran 3 years ago. Annie Targo. Good run in her heat of 11.50, which you might have seen earlier in the pre-program. This was originally going to be an A and B final, but then they decided to run it as heats and have qualifiers, and then getting through perhaps the outsider to make an impact on this race. Slovakia's Delia Farajpour. So the Jamaican, Williams, who ran 11.33 in her heat to equal the meeting record, looks to be perhaps the favourite for this race, but don't discount Lindner. So quite a long wait, but they're in their blocks now from the inside. Farajpour, Slovakia, Tago, Great Britain, Williams, Jamaica, Lindner of Austria, Scott of Ireland, and Missionaite of Lithuania. Williams, the last to rise, but comes out of the blocks the quickest. Now Williams, the Jamaican, really starting to get into her running. And it's Williams all the way now. Over the final 30 metres, she's just been putting more and more distance between the rest of the field. Well, unofficially, 11:34, just 1/100th outside of a meeting record from the heats. But let's just wait and see when that's been revised. We've seen a few of those times. No, it's actually gone in the other way. That's the first time I've seen that this evening. 11:36, the confirmed winning time for Christiania Williams. Now it's Ricardo Klotz. First attempt for the Austrian at 5:44. No, he pulls out. Runs through. Nice run from Christiania Williams. Let's have a look at it again. And indeed, Williams was out the quickest without a doubt. As we see there, over the second half of the race, there was no one to challenge the Jamaican. Well, it's going to be tough to make the Olympic team for the Jamaicans when they have their trials at the end of June. But Christiania Williams, well, she's getting some good practice here. Perhaps not see her necessarily as one of the favourites to get through, but she does have relay medals from the 2016 Olympics and 2017 World Championships to her names. Did make the final of the 100 metres at the 2016 Olympics. And just remember, she's just 29 years of age either. So she was making those in her early 20s, now starting to come back to good form. There's confirmation of the times. Christiana Williams with that wind of 1.6 metres per second. 11:36. Magdalena Lindner, 11:57. Little way back in second place for the Austrian. So, Thomas Jockel. That's out quite wide to the right-hand side of the arena, only about a metre or so from going out of the sector. It's around 53 metres, I think, for Jockel. There's Austin Miller, man who's been clearing the earlier heights with great aplomb. Christiana Williams gets to wear the crown. And somewhere in there, there's a check for €300. So now it's the turn of Martin Markovic, the Croatian. That is a very good opener from Markovic, it has to be said. That's around 64 metres. That's not that far from his personal best. It's probably just over a metre shy of his personal best. But for discus throwers, the wind here will certainly be an advantage. Oh, good pull on that discus. He really does get a really long pull on that. So now we quickly move along to the B final of the men's 100 metres. So on the outside, it's Jakob Hinterholzer. Kasper Andersen. Andersen, the Dane. Just missed out on the main final. That'll be coming up very shortly. Ran 10:64 in his heat. Leo Sarez. Oh, big shout for Sarez. He's got friends in the audience. Member of the SVS Light Athletic Club, which is one of the big clubs in Austria. Andreas Meyer-Lux. 10.62 for Meyer-Lux. Not that far from his personal best. 10.56. Mark Perrin as well, just a few hundredths away from his best at 10.64. Just wondering whether, if the wind just keeps under that 2 meters per second limit, could see a few personal bests here. And completing the lineup, Max Forster, 10.71, as we quickly move over to Lukas Weisheidinger. That takes the lead. It's over 65 meters. You can see that line at the 65-meter mark. So he trumps Martin Markovic. Just waiting for confirmation of the result as we look at the men's 100 meters now. Oh, it's been pulled back. All right, wait for the men to go back. Let me just give you the lineup once again from the inside. Forster of Austria, Perrin, France, Meyer-Lux, Austria, Sarez, Austria, Anderson, Denmark, and on the outside, the fourth Austrian in this race, Hinterholzer. 67.12. What a superb start for Lukas Weisheidinger, a European lead. It's not the quickest man across the circle, but he's so strong. And of course, in his teenage career, he was a very, very proficient shot putter as well, going to a number of major age group championships. A little bit of a difference as we start the second round. So, as you heard, second time of asking for the 100 meters. From the inside, Forster, Perrin, Meyer-Lux, Sarez, Anderson, and Hinterholzer. Oh, it's another false start. I just wonder whether the track referee is going to be quite so lenient this time. In the meantime, the discus moves on. Just to bring you up to date, Martin Markovic at the moment lying second with 63.97, but a big lead at the moment for Lukas Weisheidinger, 67.12. So Dominik Sladek goes into the circle. 46.47 Sladek, his first effort. Well, we've got a lot going on as well. Third and final attempt for the Mexican, Jorge Luna. I do apologise. Second attempt. One more attempt to come from Jorge Luna. Well, they seem to be working together. Look as though they've both got the same hairstylist as well. With their backs to the camera, it's sometimes difficult to tell them apart. Luna just the slightly taller of the two Mexicans. Now, let's try again. Third time of asking. Mark Perrin, not completely happy, but finally settling down. And they're finally away, cleanly away. And it is Perrin, the Frenchman, in lane 2, who's doing well at the moment. Now coming through, Sarez in lane 4. And it looks as though it goes to Sarez. Leo Sarez. And if that is confirmed as 10.62, it's a personal best for the Austrian. Well, the cameraman thinks it's Anderson, but you heard the infield announcer, and I think it's Leo Sarez. Let's have a look at that race. Anderson out in lane 5. I don't think it was him, actually. I could be wrong. Well, clods. So it's the second failure for clods as well at 5:44. This is shaking them out, this height. Only Miller's gone clear and Robert Sabera has passed. Everyone else has failed, either first time or second time. Sarez, indeed, it does get the verdict. I thought so. You can see on the finish there, clearly Sarez, Leo Sarez. Just waiting for confirmation of the times though. It is given as Leo Sarez, personal best of 10.63. Really good conditions for it at 1.5 meters per second. As we go back to the discus. So this is Janusz Husak. 60.33 with his first attempt. So the Hungarian sends it flying across the night sky in Eisenstadt. As I said, we're only about 20 kilometers from the Hungarian border. Not surprisingly, quite a few Hungarian athletes in this meeting. So a small improvement, 60-40, 7 centimetre improvement for Janusz Husak. So just Lucas Weishadinger to throw in the second round, and after that 67-12. Well, it's been a good night for Austrian throwers, hasn't it? Victoria Hudson getting a national record of 66.06, which was also a European lead. Oh, that is an excellent effort. That's a massive effort. Now, did he stay in the circle? We're not seeing the red or white flags, which is a pity. Doesn't look as though he did because he's not celebrating. I'm guessing, though, I have to just make an assumption here based on the body language. But it was a big throw without a doubt. Just prowling around, looking like a hungry big cat. Oh, good heavens, 69.04. That is a superb effort. We knew it was big. Well, once the cameraman stayed with him for a bit longer, it didn't look like it was going to be a foul. And then near the 70-meter line, flying over that white marking of 65 meters. I'll tell you what, that's one of the best throws of his life. He's only thrown further than that on 3 other occasions. Still not a meeting record, though. 69.11. Now, the men's A final of the 100 meters. Federic of Slovak Republic. Fuchs of Austria, the home favorite. Marcus Fuchs, the national record holder at 10.08. Well, we've already seen some good sprinting in the heats. And it came from this man who got a meeting record of 10.16. Johan Blake, the former world champion. 2011. World 100 meters champion. Now 34 years of age, but still going strong. And certainly the organisers have capitalised on his involvement. Alongside him, Denis Almaz. That was a good run from Almaz. 10.16, just 800ths away from his personal best for the German. Florio, the Argentine record holder. Well, Florio, 10.32. Quick starter, Florio. Former South American under-23 silver medalist. And on the outside, getting through as a fastest non-automatic qualifier, Dorian Kamal. So no surprises in the heats. The 6 fastest men on the entry list came through to make it to the final. This could be a fine battle between the men in lanes 4, 5 and 6, I should say 3, 4 and 5. Almaz, Blake and Fuchs. So as they settle down from the inside, Kamal, United States, Florio, Argentina, Almaz, Germany, Blake of Jamaica, Fuchs of Austria, and on the outside, Federic of Slovakia. Oh dear. Well, I haven't seen any warnings or cards being brandished, so I'm assuming there's a few technical issues. We had 2 false starts in the first of the 2 finals, the B final, just a few minutes ago. Well, that looks to me like it was actually Johan Blake who broke. Is Blake going to be disqualified? He's just standing back from his blocks at the moment. Everybody else just sitting down. I'm just wondering if he just had that feeling which sprinters often get. They know when they've made a transgression. Well, the starter just colluding with the timekeepers. Disqualification for Johan Blake. Well, it looks like Blake's been allowed to run. I thought that was a red card that was being brandished. I know it was a red and white card. Maybe being allowed to run under protest. So, from the inside, Kamal, Florio, Almaz, Blake, Fuchs, and Federich. Well, Almaz gets a really good start. Now it's Blake coming back at him, but Almaz the German doing well, and coming through very strongly in lane 5 is Fuchs, but it's Almaz the German who's going to take it. Not quite as quick as the heats, 10:21, but it is Dennis Almaz of Germany, the surprise winner, upsetting the favourites, Fuchs and Blake. Well, you could have got quite long odds on Dennis Almaz coming through in that field, but he showed his class. As we look at it again, Almaz got a really good start. Blake tried to come back at him. Fuchs made up a lot of ground in the second half of the race after quite a poor start. But Almaz holds his form and comes through less than half a metre in front, but a clear winner nevertheless. So Almaz, 26 years of age from Wolfsburg in Germany, takes the win in the men's 100 metres. Well, that's a bit of a spoiler. Ricardo Klotz of Austria going out, having failed his third attempt. Best of 5:34 for the Austrian. But we are watching Dennis Almaz. Hey. Well, Almaz, part of the German 4x400 metre team that finished 5th at the Tokyo Olympics 3 years ago. It's part of the German victorious team that took the 100 metres title at the European Under-23 Championships. Hasn't been to a major international competition as an individual, but a stalwart of the German relay teams. This is that third attempt, as I say. Spoiler, this was just a minute or two earlier. Klotz bringing the bar down for third time of action. Third time of asking, I should say. But bows out, literally and metaphorically, at 5 metres 34. So, Martin Markovic, 63.97, good performance for him, even though it's been rather eclipsed by the performance from Lukas Weisheidinger. He's thrown nearly 64 metres in the first round. Not quite as good as his first round effort. Second round effort also went over. Was that Husic? We had the wrong caption up there. I do apologise. Should have picked that up first. So, Husic. Well, there does seem to have been a little bit of a problem there. Nevertheless, no doubt at all about who's leading the way. And that's Lukas Weisheidinger, 69.04. So Lucas Weisheidinger, after that magnificent effort, that European lead in the over 65 meters again. He's really putting together a spectacular series. Not quite as far as his first two efforts, but still well over 65 meters. Looking at it again, dropping down at 66, 67 meters. Now, Austin Miller, 5:54. Brings it down. So his first failure of the evening. Miller just having a quick look again at the replay of that, perhaps just correcting a few technical issues. US Olympic trials will be super competitive in this event, as they are in nearly every event. It's got about 4 or 5 men alongside him who are going to be really battling for that place on the Paris team. He's already got an Olympic qualifier. That's not an issue. Just needs to fill one of the first 3 places at that sudden death US Olympic trials in Oregon in about a month's time. Well, we didn't see it, but Jorge Luna went clear with his 3rd attempt at 5:44. So he's still in the competition. And we're expecting Robert Sabera to come back in as well into the pole vault. But here we have the women's B final of the 100 meters hurdles. B final, should say A final. Sorry about that. We are running about 15 minutes behind, though, so keep that in mind. There we see the 6 women. So out in lane 6 from Hong Kong. Lai Yu Liu from, I should have said, Singapore. Alongside her, Celeste Mucci. This is Selena von Jakowski, set a meeting record and a personal best of 13:01 in her heat. I have to say she was really impressive in that heat a little bit earlier this evening. Just over an hour ago. This is Karin Strametz 13:04. She wasn't that far away from Wojciechowski. It's getting a little bit cooler, but could we see the first ever sub-13 clocking in this particular meeting? The Raiffeisen Austrian Open Eisenstadt meeting. Ricardo Lober. Another good run from the German as well. She has been under 13 seconds this year. Season's best of 12:99 recently. Then on the outside, 2018 World Under-20 bronze medalist, Courtney Jones, coming back to her best form after a few years of injuries. So as they settle down from the inside, it's Jones, Lober, Stramets, Wojciechowski, Mucci, and Liu. And they're away very quickly, no problems this time. Stramets into her running. She's the quickest away at the halfway point. Oh, Lober's fallen, but now no distractions there for the local girl. But on the outside, Mucci coming through very quickly over the second half of the race. Well, let's have a look at that replay again, because I think Mucci might just have got it on the line. Certainly a meeting record, no doubt at all. But does it belong to Karen Stramets? Or was Celeste Mucci coming through very quickly on the outside? Well, Mucci, just remember, is a 12:84 performer. Big smile from Courtney Jones, but she wasn't the winner. It looks as though it might well be Mucci. Let's have a look at that again. And also, you have to feel for Ricardo Lobo, who falls about 4 hurdles into the race. So Stramets gets away quickly. And at this point, there's Lobo falling at the 4th hurdle. That puts off Courtney Jones without a doubt. I still think that's Celeste Mucci out in lane 5, who absolutely blazed over the second half of the race. Looking at it again, I think Mucci gets it. And now finally, the cameraman agrees with me. So Celeste Mucci, under 13 seconds for the very first time in this meeting. She does have a personal best of 12:84. Yes. Well, Celeste Mucci. I don't know whether she realised as she crossed the line whether she'd won. I just wonder how long it took her to realise that she'd taken the title here in Eisenstadt. And certainly, we'll just get confirmation of the wind reading as we're looking then, switching back to the pole vault, and Austin Miller taking his second attempt at 5:54. Oh, good vault for the American. He likes it. Is he going to get us a somersault? No, not this time. Showing off his muscles, though. And you need plenty of muscles to be able to leverage yourself over 5:54, let alone his personal best of 5:90. So that's Martin Markovic. Markovic, former world junior champion as it was then, world under-20 champion as it's called now, a decade ago in 2014. Big smile on his face. Just looking now to try and fulfill that promise of his teenage years. Didn't make it out of qualifying at the last two World Championships. Got a second in the Mediterranean Games in 2022. So, Jorge Luna. Just preparing himself. He got over 5:44 at the third time of asking. Has a personal best of 5:62. So he can get over this height. He's been there before. Now, Lucas Weisheidinger once again into the circle. And it's another huge throw over 65 meters. Well, you just need to look and enjoy his series. 67.12, 69.04, 68.18. And I think that again is around the 67, perhaps even further, 67 meters. Second place at the moment, held by Martin Markovic, 63.97. So there's almost 6 meters between the two of them. So Weisheidinger, he's really on form, of course, at the moment. The world of discus throwing dominated by Mikola Selekna with that world record last month in the United States. And then he beat all the main protagonists at the Diamond League meeting in Marrakesh at the weekend. But Weisheidinger has proven that he can stay up there and really battle with the best. So fifth round throw for Dominik Sladek. Sladek has the best at the moment of 50.80, lying down in fifth place at the moment. So now the A race, the hurdles final. This is Robert Renner. This looks like a slow-mo replay of vaulting earlier. There you go. That was his third time clearance at 5:54. So both Miller and Sobera. Did I say Robert Renner? Robert Sobera, former European champion from Poland. So in the outside lane of this, the second of two finals, it's Tim Eickermann. Alongside him, Enzo Diesel. Diesel, fastest ever time of his life over the senior hurdles, but it was wind assisted at 13:39. A lot of good performances coming out of the fifth lane. Celeste Mucci for a start just a few moments ago. This is Kern Schmidt. Nicolo Giacalone getting through as the fastest non-automatic qualifier. The Italian will be in lane 3. At 13.69. Wind assisted, but got through as still only a couple of hundredths away from his personal best. Stefan Volzer, German runner from the Bayer Leverkusen club. So just 5 men in this heat, in this final I should say. From the inside, it's Volzer, Giacalone, Schmidt, Diesel and Eichmann. Well, it's Schmidt and Diesel battling shoulder to shoulder at the moment. It looks like Diesel's got the advantage. He's just starting to pull away. The European under-20 champion puts a metre between himself and Kern Schmidt. And he gets a legal personal best to boot. There's a lot more to come, though, from this young man. But for the moment, his personal best has been reduced to 13.41. Well, it's saying it's a European lead. I'd be surprised if it was, but I'll take that on advice. So as we look at the race again, at this stage it's shoulder to shoulder. And with 4 barriers into the race, Diesel, who's really splintering quite a lot of woodwork with those hurdles, just starts to edge in front. I can tell you that the European lead is actually 13.20 by the Belgian, Michael Abasui. That was last weekend when the Belgian set that national record. And here's a man who's the national Austria in the discus. He's thrown just over a metre further than his second round 69.04, but that's another magnificent effort over, well over 67 metres. I think that's even further than 67 metres. 68.99. Just look at that series. The worst was the first one, 67.12. He was really tight on the rim there. Nevertheless, it's the fine margins that count. So one more throw to come, and it's Dominik Sladek who goes into the circle. Second round, 50.80. That's his best so far. A bit disappointed. So this is Robert Sobera. Just about to take his first attempt at this new height of 5.64. Didn't see it, but Miller's just had a failure. Sabera goes clear. So after having 3 attempts to get over 5:54, 2016 European champion flies straight over and takes the initiative in this competition. And it was a good effort indeed for Sabera. Well, Sabera's having a real return to form this year. The weekend cleared 572 in Horzo, won that competition. That was his outdoor opener. So we look now at the B final. So we'll have more pole vaulting in a moment. So this, in many respects, the consolation final. We saw Carlos Oses of Spain. This is Antonio Alcana, 2 times African champion. Had a poor run in his heat. Oh, Amine Bouanani won his heat in quite emphatic fashion. Problem was there was a malfunction with the timing equipment. That explains why Bouanani is now in this second heat. So we saw Balance SLS of Hungary, and then on the inside, Francois Grele of Luxembourg. I was a bit unfortunate about that timing fault because it looked as though Bouanani had actually run a very fast time in that particular heat. So, from the inside, Grele, Cezellas, Bouanani, Alcana, and Oses on the outside. And it's Bouanani once again. Now Alcana's having a much better race, crashing into that hurdle, crashing into the 8th hurdle, and that just opens the door for Bouanani to come through. So the Algerian record holder, semi-finalist at the 2022 World Championships, comes through. Takes the win in 13:53 unofficially. Just wait for confirmation of the time very shortly. 13:53 it is given as the confirmed time for Amine Bouanani of Algeria. Let's have a look at it again. Well, Alcana of South Africa in lane 4 has a good start. He's the first to rise at the first hurdle. But at this stage, Alcana having hit several hurdles, including the 8th, Bouanani comes through strongly over the final 2 hurdles and pulls away on the run-in. Well, Lucas Weishager at Dinger. His 6th effort, 69.04 in the second round. And it's again well over 65 meters. Weishager collapse A rapt audience in this light athletic arena. Gonna have to move a bit faster than that, I'm afraid. Lucas Weisheidinger is pretty agile, as you can see there. Perhaps not quite as spectacular as Austin Miller doing the somersaults, but still pretty nimble. And that you'd expect from a man who can throw over 70 meters with the discus. And tonight it was 69.04, which was his winning mark. So Lucas Weisheidinger takes the plaudits in front of the main stand here in Eisenstadt. Well, if you had to give an award to the athlete of the meeting, who would it be? Victoria Hudson for that 66.06 national record in the women's javelin earlier? Or Lucas Weisheidinger? Or maybe Austin Miller could still get that unofficial award as he goes clear at 5.64. And the bar will go up with both him and Robert Subera in the competition. There we go. Miller always competitive. I get a sense that he always brings his A game to these competitions, and yes, so two Austrians on top of the podium getting interviewed by the infield announcer. Enzo Diesel 13:40 personal best for the young hurdler, and waiting his turn patiently, Lucas Weisheidinger. Congratulations between two men who are undoubtedly going to be teammates on the Austrian team going to the European Athletics Championships, which are going to be streamed live on the Eurovision Sport channel as well as on the European Athletics website every single moment of those championships between the 7th and the 12th of June. And indeed, as far as championships go, we've got the Annecy 2024 European Off-Road Running Championships coming up as well next week from the 31st of May through to the 2nd of June, that three-day spectacular event of off-road running coming to you from Eastern France. Generous applause for both Enzo Diesel and Lucas Weisheidinger, the winners of, respectively, the men's 110 meters hurdles and the discus. Worth noting that, well, Weisheidinger really loves this Eisenstadt Stadium. Three of his best marks have now come in, three of his top 10 marks, I should say, have now come in the stadium. 69.04, 63.97 for Martin Markovic. A very respectable performance indeed for the Croatian, but he does end up more than 5 meters in arrears of the giant Austrian. Janos Huszak taking third place with 61.33 there in the discus. Well, darkness has now descended over the light athletic arena in Eisenstadt, but we've still got plenty still to come, including what for me perhaps could be one of the great events on the track, the men's 1500 meters. That'll come up very shortly. But the pole vault still keeps going on. There's two men still in this competition. So now, Austin Miller attempting 574. And once again getting the crowd behind him. Oh no, it's 584. We didn't see that clearance at 574. Now, Renault passed. I'm just looking at my commentator information system now, and I can see that Renner passed once he'd seen that Austin Miller had gone over 574. No. First time failure, but he's got two more at this height. So just goes back, looking for his marks. We've now got the women's 800 meters. We're running about 10 minutes behind schedule. Very shortly after this race, we'll have the men's 1500 meters. But this is an interesting, quite useful race to gauge some of the new talents over 2 laps of the track. So in lane 4, we have Anelika Sana, the fastest woman in this field at 1:59.70, the only woman to have broken 2 minutes. This is Carolina Bredlinger, 22 years of age, the diminutive Austrian, 2:01.76, her best. This is Sivian Auerbach of Israel. .204 runner. Then 2 women occupying lane 2. Jolanda Calabis. Well, Calabis has had a terrific year over the longer distances. I'm just wondering whether this would be the platform for her to make a really big reduction in her 200 meter, in her 800 meter time, perhaps going close to 2 minutes. Alongside her, Sophie Kuhn, and on the inside, Maria Frey. The Pole, the Swede with a best of 2:03. So you have to say Sana would be the favourite, with credentials like her as the only woman under 2 minutes, and she's been running well in the last year or so. Meeting record, well, it's a rather soft meeting record at 2:07.67. And it's going to be Delahaye and Powell who want to take the pace. We're looking, I think, at a pace at around 58 seconds for the first lap. And the women aren't staying with her. Bredlinger's trying to close the gap, but they're going through 200 meters at the moment. It's around 31 seconds unofficially. But the 2 pacemakers, well, it's been left to Misha Powell of Canada to bring them round. into the home straight. Closest to her at the moment is Bredlinger. Then we've got Calabis up there as well, in third place at the moment. So 58.75. Good first lap. That'll set them up for an attack on a sub 2 minute time. Misha Powell, the Canadian, doing an excellent job. She's going to drop out now at the 500 metre mark, leaving it to the women. And then it's Bredlinger in front. The very tall German Johanna Calabis, daughter of the former European steeplechase champion Damien Calabis from 1998. Also up there, the Swede Maria Frey. Well, as Bredlinger now starts to struggle, and as they're coming into the home straight, it's a real battle, but it's Calabis at the front. Calabis pulling away. Calabis looking really strong indeed. 2:03 exactly for that second lap. So 64 second lap for the winner. Oh, it's actually Anelika Sana who gets the verdict, who was pulling away. They got the numbers on the wrong way round, but it is a meeting record of 2:02.99. No, it's definitely Sana, not Frey. Having a few issues with the timing and the identification of the athletes. Maybe if they've got the numbers the wrong way, they've got the timing chips as well. But a good first lap, good pace set by the Canadian Misha Powell, who did exactly what was required. I think she was being asked for 58.5, but it was Sana who came through, and Frey, the Swede, was second. Now, Robert Sabera, his first attempt at 5.85. I think it might have been just Calabis who came through, which is where I got my athletes misidentified. Calabis coming through for second place. So, Robert Sabera, first attempt at 5.84, but he wasn't really committed to it and aborts the effort, comes down under the bar. In fact, we didn't see the second attempt of Miller or the first attempt of Sabera. That is, in fact, his second attempt. So Robert Sabera puts on his tracksuit top. Can see past 5.74, 5.64, a respectable height, but it's not going to win him medals at a major championship. It's a personal best of 5.80, so this in fact would be a personal best for Sabera. If I remember rightly, he won his European title in Amsterdam in very rainy conditions, which were very challenging. So that was Anelika Sana getting her prize. As I say, maybe 300 euros in small denomination notes tucked in there somewhere. So, third attempt for Austin Miller. At the moment, if you'll pardon the pun, he's in pole position with that clearance at 574. Sabera went over 564 and then decided to go for broke at 584. He's been over this height outdoors this year, and it wasn't a bad attempt either. But the bar comes down for the third and final time for Austin Miller, and he bows out, having cleared 574. Nice little somersault to finish things off. Yes, very camera-friendly, fan-friendly person. Now the big question is, what can Robert Sabera do? He's behind at the moment, and he's just got one vault. It'll have to be a last gasp vault, otherwise he has to settle for second place. The pressure switches to going on to Robert Sabera. Miller, big smile. It's already had a busy outdoor campaign, which started in early April. Had competitions in California, including personal best outdoors of 586. He's gone over 590 indoors. And then he went off to Asia, finished fourth at the Diamond Leagues in Xiamen and Shizhou, with the same height at both meets, 562. And now has come to Europe. And just on Saturday was also in Austria, in Innsbruck, when he cleared 572. And now he's cleared 574. So, Robert Sabera, 2016 European champion. His one and only outdoor outing so far this year was in Horzo on home soil when he went over 572. If he does clear this, this will be a personal best. 33 years of age now, Robert Sabera. No, wasn't there. And in the end, victory goes to the United States' Austin Miller. But Robert Sabera, showing he's got a bit of gymnastic talent as well. Nice little double backflip. One way, one the other. And congratulations from Austin Miller, the winner of the pole vault at 574. Look at that replay again. They know each other pretty well. And I'm sure they'll be facing each other a lot of times on the international circuit over the coming months. Sabera, well, I'm just wondering whether he will go on to the European Championships. He's been to every single European Championship since 2014. Wonder if he'll make it to his 5th European Championships in a couple of weeks. Well, the men's 1500 metres quickly underway as we watch the closing stages of the pole vault. This, as I say, a very, very interesting competition. Let me just give you the lineup here. Key protagonists are going to be Raphael Palicht, the newly minted Austrian record holder, having run 3:33.79 in Raiffeisen at the weekend. And the man who'd finished just behind him was Noah Baltus of the Netherlands. He's in this race as well. Tom Elmer of Switzerland, a 3:40.34 man. Sam Blake, the German-based Austrian, and Jan Friss of the Czech Republic. Diego Lacmois of Argentina in there as well. So there's 6 men who've run under 3:40. So let's keep an eye on the clock. Well, we're just coming up to 700 meters into this race. It's still a really good time. Palicht in there, Elmer in there, Baltus. Blake struggling a little bit towards the back. The Eintracht Frankfurt man, although he does carry an American passport. So 800 meters, 155. That's decent running at this stage. 155.81. So they'll come round. Let's see what the time is at 1,000 meters. Now, Blake now getting back into the running and coming up as the pacemaker Reiselhuber moves to one side. They're going to come up hearing the bell. So it's a really good race, this. A couple of the slower men dropping off the back. But it's 2:55.94 with 300 meters to go. And coming round strongly, it's Palic. And you can hear the cheers going up. Behind him, it's Elmer and Baltus. But there's no stopping Rafael Palic. And you can hear the cheers. The Light Athletic Arena, the rafters have really been raised. 3:37.40. Well, it's about 3.5 seconds outside of his recent record, but Rafael Palic, big smile on the face of the Austrian as the rest of the men trail in behind him. Huge comeback for Palic over recent years. He was a very, very talented junior. Just missed out on going to the 2012 Olympic Games. Sorry, did get there, but had a fractured foot. And then for the best part of 8 years, disappeared from the sport. But Rafael Palic, 3:37.42, coming back into really fantastic form. 34 years of age now. Well, it's a big leap between what Palic has done to the likes of Josh Kerr, the Ingebrigtsens, predominantly Jakob Ingebrigtsen and Jake Whiteman. But who's to say how much further he can go? Had a great winter as well, setting that national indoor record over 1,500 meters at 3:37.36. Well, that was a real thrilling 1,500 meters. Just waiting for confirmation of the positions and times of the men who finished behind Palic. Indeed, the race did go a little bit as expected, with the three main protagonists, the three sub-3:35 men, battling it out. I can tell you it was Baltus who just came home in front of Tom Elmer. Baltus, well, Baltus has had a great season as well. Set a Dutch indoor mile record. There we have confirmation of the times. Palic 3:37.42, the Dutchman Baltus 3:38.53, and Tom Elmer just behind him, just getting pipped for second place on the line, 3:38.79. So we've got two more events on the track. Women's 1,500 meters and then the men's 400 meters. So as we scan across from the inside, just 7 women in this 1500 meters. Let me give you the lineup. It's Klara Andrisavic of Croatia on the inside, Marie Glaser, Austria, a local girl, part of the local club that promote this event, the LA Academia Club. Sophie Buscher, also Austrian. Leah Marodi, Croatian. Urška Martinec of Slovenia. Pika Rajema, Slovenia. And Tena Marodi, the sister of Leah Marodi. In fact, they are twins on the outside. So the fastest woman in this field is the Croatian on the inside, Klara Andrisavic. She's a 4:17.91 athlete. The Maradi sisters will be looking to make a statement ahead of perhaps going to next year's European Under-23 Championships, which will be in Bergen in Norway. And this could easily turn into a solo run for Andrisavic. You can tell the Maradi twins, they look exactly alike, but I have to say I can't really tell them apart on paper. They've got personal bests of 4:25.84 and 4:26.08, so very similar runners indeed. But this could turn into a time trial for Andrisavic. She is more than 7 seconds better on paper than anybody else. Sophie Buscher just coming off the back. So Andrisavic, well, as she's been throughout all of this race, just controlling matters from the front. So coming round with 2 laps to go, I should say, 800 meters. And it's still Klara Andrisavic at the front, just as she's been. But we've still got the Marodi twins, Raj and Martinovic. They're still there as well. So 3 Croatians, 2 Slovenians at the front in that leading pack. Andrisavic, 23 years of age, 9 national titles. Went to the World Student Games last year, but fortunately didn't get out of her heat. Was at the European Under-23 Championships last year. But she's coming up to hear the bell and starting to pull away as well. Just behind her it's Raj, the Slovenian, who's really sticking to her task there as the Marodi twins and Martinic start to slip back. But now Andrisavic really pouring it on over this last lap. She took it fairly leisurely, 3:34.12 at 1200 meters. So I think she's going to be outside her personal best. Now just 200 meters to go for the Croatian at the front, as she's been ever since her first steps in this 1500 meters. Now Andrićević starting to pull away now from her only rival. Raj starting to slip back now. It's not going to be a personal best for Andrićević, but it's been a good gun-to-tape run for the Croatian. So Andrićević crosses the line unofficially, 4:28.54. So just over 10 seconds outside of her best, but nevertheless a useful evening's work for Klara Andrićević of Croatia. Part of the famous Sveti Marko Athletic Club in Croatia. She had a good year. She reduced her 800 meters best just a couple of weeks ago to 2:07. So good outing for Klara Andrićević in the penultimate event here at this Raiffeisen Austrian Open Eisenstadt meeting. And into the bargain, she gets a check for €300. So that's a useful addition to the Croatian economy. It was a quick start. Andrićević just got straight to the front. I think she knew once she looked at the caliber of her opponents on paper that it was going to be a time trial for her, but it was a very useful effort indeed for the Croatian. In the end, fairly untroubled. Emma-Pekka Raj gave her some challenge on the third lap and right the way through to 200 meters to go, but in the end the Croatian pulled away quite comfortably. As you can see there in the lights that embrace the finish line in this light athletic arena. Indeed. Second coming through was Glaser, the Austrian, but Andrićević 4:28.56. There's the full lineup. One of the Marodis, Tina Marodi, deciding to step to the side of the track. But her sister Leah Marodi came through for third place, 4:33.06. So good run from the young Slovenian in third place. So just one event still to go. It's still very warm out there. It's about 16 degrees in this part of southeastern Austria. As I said, we're just about 60 kilometers south of Vienna and about 20 kilometers to the west of the Hungarian border. So still good audience as they dismantle the pole vault stanchions, and the pole vaulters are just putting their poles away. So, forthcoming European Athletics live streams coming to you on the European Athletics website and the YouTube channel. Well, they're all coming up on Saturday. They include the True Athletics Classics meeting in Leverkusen, Germany, the meeting de Nancy in France, and on Sunday we have the meeting de Forbach, bronze medal meeting coming to you from France. And then coming up a week on Friday, we have the International Pole Vault meeting, the Lisekwi Domu meeting in Dushniki. So some great meetings coming up in the next 10 days. And of course, next week, we also have the European Off-Road Running Championships coming to you from Annecy in France. That's week Friday for 3 days. As we look now at the very last start list of the evening. So 5 men going over 1 lap of the track, 400 meters. Well, keep an eye on the man in lane 4. A very, very talented Lithuanian, Lukas Sutkus. But on the outside, it's Max Baxa. '17-year-old Austrian. This will be a great experience for him. He's a member of the other local club, the BGLD Eisenstadt club. This is Alessandro Greco from Vienna. Just 18 years of age and a personal best of 47.40. Has already run 47.87. This is a really good opportunity for these young men to get a personal best. Here's Lukas Sutkus from Lithuania. 46.36 at best. Well, Sutkus could potentially be a challenger for medals at next year's European Under-23 Championships, which will take place in Bergen. Thomas Koch, Germany. A 49.72 man. Even though he's German, he runs for the Vienna club. And on the inside, Stefan Kelfash. Again, personal best of just inside 50 seconds. So the very last event of the evening as they go to their marks. From the inside, Klefas of Austria. In lane 3, Koch of Germany. 4 is the man to keep your eye on, Lukas Sutkus of Lithuania. 5, Greco of Austria, and his compatriot Baxa on the outside in lane 6. Well, Sutkus is away very quickly indeed. He's already gaining ground on the men outside of him. There you can see the Lithuanian powering his way down the back straight. There's no stopping him. This is a terrific run from the Lithuanian. He's coming round very strongly indeed. Well, he's certainly going to be challenging his personal best of 46.36. Just keep an eye on the clock as he comes into the home straight. Sutkus now running really hard on his outside. Greco having a good run as well. He's working very hard, but it's going to be the tall Lithuanian who's powering his way through. 47.44. Well, about a second outside of his personal best, but an excellent run for Lukas Sutkus of Lithuania. And just outside his personal best by a couple of fractions of seconds It's going to be Alexander Greco meeting record 47.43. It was a rather soft meeting record. It's usually used as a development event, this 400 meters at this meeting. So Lukas Sutkus, 3 times national champion despite still only being 19 years of age, just finished outside of the medals at last year's European Junior Championships in Jerusalem. There's confirmation of the times. Lukas Sutkus, 47.43 for the man who finished 4th in Jerusalem last summer. Well, big congratulations for that man, Max Bacher. He's absolutely smashed his personal best at 49.80, gone under 50 seconds for the first time. So great way to finish this Raiffeisen Austrian Open Eisenstadt meeting, a World Athletics Continental Tour silver meeting. Plenty more silver meetings, bronze meetings and challenger meetings to come over on the European Athletics website and YouTube channels during the course of the rest of this summer. But for tonight, it's time for me, Phil Minchell, to say goodnight. We hope you've enjoyed this presentation from Austria, and we'll see you soon.